Hi, folks. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Loss of Lieutenant. I am your host, Kevin, and on tonight's show, I'm joined by fellow hosts
Jacob.
Val.
and special guest, Ed from Canberra.
Hello, everyone. How are we all?
Hello. And we just said before we started the recording, we're going to call you Edward, and I still went with Ed, and I'm an idiot, but never mind.
Yeah.
We're on a time schedule, right? We're
we're
sensitive in this
just-
podcast.
Every nanosecond counts. All right, on this episode, we will be recapping the recent Anzac Cup 2-day charity tournament that happened in Canberra, and we'll be talking to Edward about how he went running Varuna at this event. But before we get into it, let's talk about any recent games and hobbies we've been up to. And since Ed, you're our guest on tonight's show, we will let you go first. And since you've not been on this show before, we'll use this time as an excuse for our listeners to get to know you. So, Ed, the first question that everyone always gets asked in these sorts of interviews is, how long have you been playing Infinity, and how did you get into it?
So I started playing Infinity in late 2017, sort of as a casual sort of thing. At the time, I was playing Warm Hordes, and I was playing Warm Hordes since I moved to Canberra in 2013, so about 5 years of Warm Hordes.
Wait, so you're not a Canberra local?
No, I'm from Brisbane originally.
Ah,
Viva Las Vegas.
They lost a good one. They lost a good one.
Super quickly, just for our younger viewers, what? All right.
Oh,
Val.
we lost Val again.
What
Wow.
was what version of Infinity was that in 2017?
So that was mid to late N3.
Okay.
So I started playing as a Hak Islam player. At that stage, Rama Task
Ah.
Force did not exist. So I mostly played vanilla and a little bit of Assassins during those early times.
Ah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Fair enough.
That was my first foray into Hak Islam, Infinity as well, was through Hak Islam and Assassins. So,
Yep.
that's
Back in the day when 4 mutts was mandatory in every
Oh,
list, and
mate.
they all had
I remember that
grenades
saying.
and jammers and-
Every hack list is 280 points plus 4 mutts.
yeah,
Exactly.
and you can still do that. It's just twice as expensive now.
And you've got 15 slots instead of typically 20.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true. Like I think since I got my old Hak Islam back, I'm really fanging to get 4 mutts on the table again. But it's quite difficult when you've got 15 slots. It's not quite as simple as it used to be.
And also, Dolami are a lot better now in N4 than they were in N3.
This is very true. This is very true.
And then you end up with 1,000,001 irregulars and 15 slots, and it all ends up.
And then you have to take Saladin, and you're like, oh, but he's 36 points. I'm like, oh, I don't have any points for anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you end up with no guns.
Yeah.
It's all
yeah.
bad.
It's not
Anyway,
great.
so
Yeah.
So moved to Canberra, started playing War Machine. Then before I moved to Canberra, I played a lot of 40k and fantasy, like most people from my teenage years, and played that pretty regularly up until I moved here after university. From Infinity-wise, I started playing Infinity seriously after CanCon 2018. That was my last big War Machine tournament. And as I said earlier, played mostly Assassins, mostly Vanilla Hack with a little bit of Assassins mixed in there.
And what?
So running 1920 orders and lots of
Yeah.
mutts and all that good stuff. DJ HMGs and snipers were my thing.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen
Yep.
them on the table much since N4 drop, but yeah, they were definitely a bit of a somewhat staple for me as well. Because again, you needed guns, and back in N3, Hak Islam had no guns.
Yep, there was no Mukhtar back then.
No, the Asiwira wasn't as good as it is now. Yeah, it was crazy
Oh,
times.
God, what was old Asawira? Don't tell me
Yeah,
old.
Asura, very expensive, and armor 3.
Yeah,
Oh.
and it wasn't an AP Spitfire, and yeah, it was not so good. Hey,
Anyway,
Val, welcome back. I can see him putting his hand up on the stream.
Yeah, I can hear Val.
I can't hear Val. I can't hear Val at all. Val, you're not coming through on my end. Jacob, is he coming through on your end?
Yes.
He's not coming through on my end, so and I'm the one pushing the
Kev's
record
actually
button.
serious.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. That's not coming through on my end, Val. So you're gonna have to stop and come back into the chat. So
Val, what's your question? I'll repeat it for Kev.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe when. Anyway, we'll finish this interview, and then Val can just figure himself out. So so you mentioned you played Warma Hordes.
Oh,
Okay,
there he
he's
goes.
gone. All right. Sorry, listeners. That was Val. All I got was hand gestures and a pen. So you mentioned Warma Hordes. You were playing that before you started with Infinity. What prompted you to start Infinity?
Two things. So with I want to say it was 3rd edition of Warmer Hordes, a lot of things changed. And after about a year or two into the 3rd edition, they brought in a lot of theme lists, and that was not very compatible with how I like to play War Machine and Hordes.
Okay, right.
So initially there was only 1 or 2. I played Cardor, so Winter Guard was the only theme initially, but then they brought in more and more and more themes. Yep. So Winter Command or something like that was the name of the theme list. But yes,
is that? I don't know a huge amount about Warm Hordes, but is that sort of thing where like each of those special commanders have sort of a theme to their list and they get bonuses for sticking to it, or am I completely off?
So back then you got both point reductions and unique abilities on your units sticking with the theme.
That's what I remember. Yeah.
Okay.
So when the second wave of theme lists came out, the only way to play the game was to run in theme lists. Otherwise, you would be around 10 points down on your opponent in a 75-point list, which is kind of a big deal, as you can guess, by running 330 points or 350 points.
So it'd be like playing Infinity, but forcing everybody to play a sectorial and nothing else.
That's probably the closest example of Infinity, yes. So
hang on. We're gonna have to stop this because I can't hear Val. I'm gonna have to come out of the thing and come back in because if I'm the one who can't hear him, then it must be my fault. So apologies. I'm just gonna have to stop this and then come back in. So be right back.
See you soon.
All right.
But
all right, I can hear you now.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think because Kev was recording.
Yeah, so I'm recording. Yes, I'm recording, Val. So fucking stop talking.
So we can't. Yeah.
No.
But what's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. But just hang on. Just hang on. I'm still recording. So.
Chat. We still chat, right?
Right. Okay. So. All right. Okay. So sorry, listeners. We're back. That was a fun little experience there with Discord. Fuck Discord sometimes. We were just talking about Warm Hordes and Ed's exodus from it into Infinity.
Right, Val, you had a question.
I had two questions, but Kev just kept talking over me because he couldn't hear me, and I was fucking I was laughing so hard. He's like, "Fuck him, he has to leave." I'm like, "Wait a second, you leave." Anyway, we'll have a chat afterwards. We'll settle it, men. No, did the Warmer Hordes changes have the desired effect to like have people play more themey? Because I remember I was playing Warmer Hordes around that time as well, and it was just everyone was just like there was no like.
Yes, everyone was playing themes as I was leaving the game. In my last tournament, I was maybe one of 2 people outside of theme, and that worked kind of well for me. But yeah, that was more because I was very familiar with the list I was running rather than mechanical strengths.
And the other question I had was going back to your Huckers Lam days, right? So you're obviously a bit of a big brain player, right? Did you ever go into the shell games of Huckers Lam, or did you always go the Daylam and Ghazi business? Did you ever do the shell game of the holo projection style?
Yes, I did. So one of my favorite troops was the Hafsa heavy rocket launcher back in that day because spending SWC as hack in those days was quite difficult. So instead of having a war core for 3 points, you could have a Hafsa with light rocket launcher for, I think it was 18 and 1.5. Good way to have a surprise for your opponent and have a little bit of an extra gun just in case.
Very nice. Okay,
cool. I noticed you're not mentioning the Aya.
Aya existed back then is my question.
Did it? It was a red. Was it a red veil 2018? I feel like it was after.
It was after Red Veil because it wasn't in Red Veil. The heavy entering Red Veil was the Alpha Sid.
That's true. Yeah.
We put Ed on the spot and have him make a case for the Aya. Please
No,
no.
you don't
In the
have
case
to.
for the Ire is to not run the Ire. In the case for the Ire is to
Fine.
run some other heavy infantry in assassins instead.
Yeah, and maybe
Fine.
use the
Cop
IR as the proxy.
out.
So
Yeah, okay.
It is an excellent proxy.
It is.
yeah, it is a great proxy. So I'm assuming then by that you don't play Warm Hordes anymore. Do you play any other
No.
tabletop war games?
I did a brief dabble into Song of Ice and Fire, but I found that I just didn't have enough time to commit to both Infinity and Song. So I am purely an Infinity player in the tabletop space.
Cool. And then as far as where you play, you're obviously, we just mentioned before, you're from Canberra, or you live in Canberra now.
I live in Canberra.
What is the local scene like there, Infinity?
So the local friendly local game store is called Jolt Games. It's in a suburb called Mitchell in northern Canberra. And Monday night is games night there. I unfortunately cannot get to the Monday nights, but I organise games through the Discord, ACT Discord channel, to typically on a Wednesday or a Thursday night. These work best for me. And quick plug, the Discord for the ACT, I want to say is called Literally Just Morlocks. Yep, Literally Just Morlocks. I do not know the reference why it's called that, but that's what it's called.
Oh, excellent. And I think I've lost Val again.
Yes, you cannot hear Val. Kev.
I cannot hear Val again. So Val might just have to keep his video off. And so otherwise we're going to have to keep restarting this recording because he comes back on and I can't hear him. And then I have to stop my recording and it just becomes real much of a pain in the ass.
Small note, Val lives in the center of the fucking earth.
Yeah. Okay, and we're back. I think, apologies, listeners. We're just having some technical difficulties on this episode tonight. It's just clearly Discord can't handle 4 awesome people, especially when one lives
All
in Brunswick.
tabbing like a madman.
Can't handle the magnitude that is Ed.
Bring it on.
Okay, so yeah,
Hello.
so we've been chatting about so you play Jolt Games in Canberra, your armies. What armies do you currently play in Infinity?
Right. So after Hack, I switched to Spiral Core in mid 2019, which is not long after it was released in April of 2019. And I played Spiral basically non-stop until July last year.
Oh, that's a long time.
So I really enjoyed Spiral Core. It suited me very well because I'm known as quite a defensive player, and Spiral and now Varuna lean very well into that playstyle.
No, so obviously 2019 was N3, and Spiral Core changed quite significantly in N4, and then again with the Fire Team changes, and you stuck through them through all of those changes. What was that like?
It was rough. So I want to say that no faction, after the transition from N3 to N4, no faction has been as nerfed as Spiral Core.
I'll agree with that. I keep saying
Why?
they need to go back and fix Tricore. Tricore needs to give the full pure fire team bonus because without it, there's almost no point in running Spiral Core. You get
maybe
the same teams if you just run vanilla Topar. There's a little couple of differences.
Yeah. So the first big nerf was the fire team change, and Jacob just alluded to the biggest part of that change, the change from Tricore being what was then just a regular core link, so +3 ballistic skill, 6 sense, all the good things, now being changed to being a mixed core. So from that, Spiral basically lost 2 points of ballistic skill for not much benefit because they were already running mixed teams, so being pure and being mixed didn't really matter to Spiral Core.
What is the benefit then of Tricore now then?
Tricore is you are a mixed 5-person core, so it's +1 ballistic skill and 6 sense above being a regular triad.
And the only advantage of that is because you now don't have to pay for 2 extra models. Is that really the only advantage?
Well, you can't for the most part. The only core you get in Spiral is the Brawler.
Correct. So in Spiral, everything is a triad because it's a Tohar adjacent, except for the Brawler link.
Right.
So there is one tiny benefit to these Tricore change, which I'll get to in a moment.
Okay.
The other big thing that changed through the fighting links is you could no longer link a Tagmas sniper with 2 Chuxa Auxilia. that link is no longer viable. You now must have a Chuck's a long arm in that link in order to form it. So that link became 15 points-ish more expensive for no material gain. In fact, it's probably worse because you lose the baggage as well. And the baggage was actually kind of valuable for those Chuck's Auxilia in the zone control scenarios.
Ryan Kirby cheated me. Nah, actually, I don't actually know that. You can't have the Tagma schema in the.
Like not since the fire team changes. You could
correct.
before.
So it used to be a really cheap way of getting like just a nice AR road piece.
Yep, exactly. And you could mysteriously have, say, a walk or just sort of meander near some Chuck's Auxilia, and maybe it's a Tagma sniper, maybe not. You won't know until I form the link.
Yeah,
I just had really brave. I just had one singular really brave Chuck's Auxilia with a flamethrower. Just stand up looking at the entire map.
Yeah, you're like, that's definitely a flamethrower.
Yeah.
I did mention a slight benefit to Tricor from the fireteam change. That slight benefit is that Anacondas can now form into a Harris, and Tagma schemas can join that Harris, which means you could have a Tricord Anaconda. It is not good. I have run it. It is still an Anaconda, even if it is BS14 with 5 dice.
You just mentioned that. I happen to have Spiral Up. You're pretty much paying a bunch of points to maybe get an Anaconda to be like a Guija, like the most basic tag in the game.
Yep. It's a DIY HRMC, but it's either a regular HMG or an AP Spitfire. And on a 6.2 chassis, you don't really want an AP Spitfire. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Anaconda is poo, in short. Do we have any... Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Yep, so there were more nerfs after that. That is by far the biggest one. There were more. Yep. So the next nerf which happened at the same time that the Combined Army nerfs happened.
Like the points?
Yes, the Gryphop got increased by 1 point.
Oh, it did it?
Yeah. So, yes, it's only 1 point of whinging on the internet, whatever. Still, breaks every single one of your lists because you're always writing 300-point lists, not 200.
So it was 19 and 20, and not 20 and 21?
The Gryphop was 20 and half. Now it is 21 and half.
21 and a half.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and then the third big nerf. So this happened not that long ago, just before Nova Corps happened, actually. They lost access to diggers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
the straw that broke the camel's back for you, isn't it?
Not really, but kind of, because from that point, your only heavy infantry are Nima Satar and the Kael-San.
Yeah.
Which makes making higher classified lists very difficult when you can't just Harris in a random brawler into a link.
Digger. Yeah, because you'd only had the diggers for a year anyway, and I remember being on the forums and like when that kind of kicked off, and and it was just like it's a war crime, to have diggers in Doha and having the Doha like trying to like slap a symbio mate on these like poor diggers. You're like, fuck off! I'm not one of you. Like it doesn't work the same way. I'm not the same species. Like and like
it's very amusing that, but not very good.
Yeah,
it's really funny.
Eloise was like, no, that's wrong. We're like, we're not going to allow this kind of
shenanigans.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I get you.
Spiral did get Beast Hunters in that update, but Beast Hunters aren't quite as good as diggers in that situation. Because
did they even get the FTO Beast Hunter that some people get?
You would do.
You get the basic ones. So you get the 9-point Panzerfaust with Mine Layer. You get the 14 or so, or 15 or so with the Heavy Flamer and Panzerfaust, and the 15 or so with the Heavy Flamer and TACVO, which you never take.
Yes. It's the same one. But they fulfill a different role, so they're not. It's like you got that, but they don't do the same thing.
You can't link any of them anyway. There's no Beast Hunter in any of the things.
Correct.
Yeah, true. Oh, okay. So by the sense of things, then you quickly dropped. Well, not quickly because you were there for a while, but you finally, like as the Val said, the straw broke your back, and you moved to another army, I believe, right?
Yep, and I spent about 6 months trying all sorts of different armies. So leaving Nova Corps, I was going to play either Starmada or Military Orders. Played Military Orders for a little bit. It was pretty good. Running a Tickbalang around was very cool, and having a big gun for once was very interesting, being in a Pano sectoral. Turns out building military order lists is very hard because you want to take all the heavy infantry and you don't have the points for all that heavy infantry. Then played Starmada for a while. This was before roadbots were even whispered as a thing, so this was very much lists of Kappa core with either a Zeta and some stuff, or a middleweight Harris and some supporting elements. I enjoyed it, but it was missing having the ability to scalpel out key pieces, because at this stage the Sarkos also didn't exist, so you couldn't just run up to, say, a Masai Moran and go kill him. You had to go fight your way through that hacker's repeater network. So I played them for probably 2 months, and then moved over to, or played a very brief amount of not military orders, Steel Phalanx. Hated it. Did not like it one bit. Far too aggressive for me.
No, I can see that.
That's fair enough.
Fair enough.
I can see that.
Then went to Shaz. Was enjoying Shaz in November, but I knew I wouldn't get any games in December because it's December. And at the end of November, all my games were taking like 3 hours. And knowing that CanCon was coming at the end of January, and knowing that January I may only get like 3 or 4 games in, I was not going to be able to get my play time down to a reasonable level in that time. So for January, switched back to Spiral Core, played Spiral Core, got 11th in CanCon.
I got 4th. Sorry, I got 3rd. Sorry, just
What?
He doesn't even remember. He doesn't even remember.
He anyone forgot. I just want to.
What with Shaz Vasti, they just quickly pushed out your playtime. Was it just remembering? Anyway, yeah. What was pushed out your playtime?
They were so radically different from everything else I'd played, because at that stage I hadn't played either a camo spam army, or the way that Shazvasti uses its impersonators is very different to how Spiral Core uses its impersonators. Because in Spiral Core, I ran Gryphops, I didn't run Genstar, so it was very much set, forget, kill one thing, and then die horribly. Hopefully that one thing was like their lieutenant or their one engineer, so you have a leg up on that point.
And you chose
Whereas with Shazvasti, you need your specular killers to actually go kill things.
My favorite use for the Gryph operator is blowing up the building that he deploys on, because you got sabotage.
Or visoring the HVT that he still deploys right next to.
And what did you choose Shaz for? Was that to lean into that defensive thing as well?
It was to lean into that defensive and that sort of BS playstyles. Like, there's stuff on my side of the table. Have fun figuring out what it actually is.
Yeah, okay.
So there's like 2 camo markers over here. They might be just seed soldiers, or it could be a shrouded with a sniper, or it could just be a decoy with a Noctifer standing behind it. Have fun figuring it out.
Hear that, Kevin?
Uh-huh.
Seed soldiers.
Oh no, they're still
That's
garbage.
right, buddy.
Still garbage. No, would never take one. I would rather take an M drone over a siege soldier, even if it wasn't ITS 14. All right, so we'll so that's good.
And then after CanCon, moved back to Shaz for a little while. Realized it wasn't quite for me because the performance was very spiky. Either you were winning and therefore you're really winning, or you're losing and therefore you're really losing, and no real way to come back from losses, and no real way to sort of taper back from a dominating win to actually get the scenario points.
Yeah, I think Kevin mentioned that, the fragility. That's always tough.
Definitely.
And then tried Varuna and played a few games before Anzac and went, just run these guys, see how I go.
Not pretty well.
Yeah.
Would have been happier to fight any of those other armies. You had to get Varuna.
He would have been confident as anyone else.
All right. No, thanks for that. That was a good little history of the armies that you've played, and quite varied. Do we have any other questions for Ed tonight? Val?
Since the event, have you had any more games or anything recently? Have you?
No more games since Anzac. I've got a few more things on my build build queue to build up. So I've managed to source one of the boarding shotgun Knights Among Tesses, so I don't have to use the Red Fury one for anything and everything.
Mhm.
And I now own a Scholar, so I'm going to be building that Scholar soon as well.
Very nice.
Excellent, excellent. Another question, I guess, is you were mentioning before we got onto the chat about we were talking about Pavel McManus, and you mentioned that in the Third Offensive book he was Russian. Does that mean that you read the books outside of the rules?
I do. I own all of the books from N3, and I own a few of the N2 books as well, purely for the lore reading side of it. I have actually read the rules cover to cover as well once, right when N4 came out.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Don't recommend it. It's not a great read, really. The rules are.
No.
But yes, I'm quite into the lore, particularly how the dynamics between the different factions and how they sort of are built up from what's currently happening in the world today.
In the world, yeah.
I mean,
Do you have a? Do you have a? Oh, sorry, Jacob, go.
I was just saying, I just started to try and read a bit more of the lore, so I managed to get my hands on a proper pre-order version of Daedalus Falls. Didn't realize that Toa are responsible for Ariadna.
Yep. Spiral Core, or technically
Spiral
the
Core, yeah.
Triumvirate,
Triumvirate,
responsible for everything that has befalled humanity, up to and including the fall of the United States.
Wow.
Because the Triumvirate screwed over the wormhole that linked Ariadna or Dawn with Earth, that caused the economic collapse, which brought down the United States and the European Union,
Yeah.
which
And then they fucked over. Yeah, and then they fucked over. I haven't gotten through it yet, but they fucked over Paradiso by attempting the EI to come there.
Yep,
Yes,
which is the entire reason that humanity is fighting the EI is because of the Triumvirate diverting the EI to go after the Penny Arcade, basically.
Penny Arcade,
yeah, it was like specifically the Toa or the Triumvirate were, let's send the EI to fight humanity so that when humanity's on their back foot and we reveal ourselves, they'll be more than happy to shake our hand.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
Also, to give the Toha forces a break from the constant warfare for untold decades.
For their own selves, yeah. Do you have a fate? Sorry, Val, what were you gonna say?
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask if the Imperial Service are the good guys, but
no, definitely on the not good end of the good versus evil spectrum.
That's a shame.
I was gonna say, like, as you have read the lore books, is there any particular book that you would recommend somebody who wants to learn about the lore of Infinity? Because it can be quite difficult. A lot of people ask the same questions, like, how do I find out about like why to play this army? Is there any book you recommend somebody pick up and read?
So, if you're brand new into the lore in terms of books, the N4 rulebook is a really good starter. Ignore the rulebook section, read the lore section of it. It does a brief overview of all of the factions except for basically Toha and Aleph.
So disappointed on that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you can source the Infinity RPG, it does a good overview of the different factions as well, and it does include O12 and Aleph.
Yeah, because I remember when I got into the game, I found the N3 and the HSN3 book to be quite useful for lore and background. I found the N4 rulebook, by contrast, to be like a little bit less, like less information. Just on the basic.
A lot of repeated information that was in the
Maybe
N3.
that's what it is. Yeah, the Daedalus Falls Third Offensive books, I found them hard to digest because of the way that they were laid out. If you were a new player.
Yep. So the RPG books are much better in that regard because they are telling you information, whereas the books like Daedalus Falls, Third Offensive, are telling it from the perspective of either the faction themselves or from a newsreader's perspective. So it's not going to be the pure truth. It's going to be slightly slanted in, let's say, the Imperial Service's perspective for Uprising or the JSA's perspective for Uprising, depending on which part of the book you're reading. Or if you're looking at Daedalus Falls, it's going to be very much from the Toha's perspective or the Triumvirate's perspective of what actually happened there. To the point where the EI remarks somewhere in that book that it wasn't them, but they're cool with the Toha screwing over everything else.
Very nice.
All right.
Very nice.
All right, cool. Well, that was a good little introduction to you, Ed, and your Infinity career, and a little bit lore as well, which is good. Val, what have you been up to lately, mate?
All right. So basically, I'm converting this whole podcast to a Company Heroes 2 podcast. A couple of guys in Geelong have recently started playing Company Heroes 2. It's been really fun. If anybody plays it, hit me up. I haven't played too much Infinity. I did get a game with Jordan in yesterday. I was in Geelong over Anzac Day, and me and Jordan had a really good game of Infinity where he beat me with his Morats with the last order of the game, or like the second last order of the game. It was fucking awesome. I've recently been testing Varuna in Harris on a link that pushes up without him being my lieutenant. And I had some success.
Not being
That's
lieutenant.
right.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
Not being lieutenant, just sitting there for his combat abilities. And I did have some interesting scenarios where basically my vet Kazza got engaged by an Osnat, and then Varuna came and coward punched the Osnat from 8 inches away to free up my vet Kazza. That was pretty cool. I also forked Cornak's ARO pretty nicely, but I didn't actually manage to kill him, so that was cool. But Jordan actually, yeah, it was a really close game. I was in the ascendancy the whole game. We were playing capture and protect, but Jordan managed to eke out the win. It was really well played by him in the last couple of turns. But yeah, so my TAC losing streak is up to 6 or 7 games at this point. So doing well.
They're a tricky number. They're a tricky number.
We'll be right. We'll be right.
So wait, it's Company Heroes 2. It sounds like a video game, but it's not.
It is a video game, yeah.
It is a video game. Oh, okay, right, okay, yeah,
it's a
right.
video game. It's not,
Anyway,
yeah. So
we don't care.
You know. Yeah, exactly. If you know, you know.
I feel like pulling the Homer Simpson, just going no.
Yeah. I haven't played a video game for so long, and yeah, no, this one's something from the nostalgic past. So,
oh, that's fun. Myself. So yesterday was Anzac Day for those who don't live in Australia. So we had the day off to honor our service men and women. So we honoured them by going to a friend's house and playing 3 games of Infinity. So it was fun. So we had a round robin, 2 tables. We played Frostbite, Hunting Party, and Frontline. Hunting Party was
the glue gun one.
Yeah, Hunting Party from season 11, I think, or 10, 11, whatever it was.
Yeah,
that was my choice because I wanted to actually play an old mission for the monthly challenge, so I'd have something to talk about. It was a really good day. I took Shaz because I haven't actually got my Hack Islam back yet from Anzac Cup because it's currently with Tristan because he drove back and I didn't want to pay for bags on the flight. I tried out the Hajduk Harris. It needs more testing. Is my short of it. I only played it for 1 game, to be fair. It didn't really do anything, but it was nice to have some kind of long-range ARO for Shaz, which is not something we often... I mean, outside the Noctifer, it's nice to have something a bit different that was almost also MSV. So that was fine.
What was the form of the Harris?
It was the multi sniper, the AP marksman, and Ada. So Ada had a mine out, which did come into play at some point because my opponent tried to dodge away from it and got hit by a viral mine, which was fun.
So it's a nasty mine.
Yeah, the multi-sniper rifle did manage to take out my opponent's ARO piece, but it was only like a core-length Dagwa seal. So, 2 dice on 12s versus 3 dice on 12s versus 2 dice on 11s. Like, it's dicey, but it worked. And then the AP marksman didn't really do anything because, funnily enough, when you come out of a sapper state and you lose a mimetism, you're a much less scary. You're 3 dice on 12s with MSV2, but you're like, I'm armor 1, so this might go bad, and it did go bad, and it didn't really work. But otherwise, it was fun. Tried Hunting Party. That mission, I wanted to try it because in N4 with the changes to how immobilization, isolation, and stun works, it seemed like it might be a good way to play it. But from me who played it and everyone else who played it that day, it just makes the game more complicated and makes it less fun, right? Because it's kind of like firefight or decapitation, where you're gunning for their opponent's LT and you're gunning for your opponent's specialists. In firefight or decap, you just go bang bang, you're dead. But in Hunting Party, you're like, do I shoot you and hopefully you go unconscious, or do I try to stun pistol you, but it's less dice, and then you could just reset out of it, and then I'm back to square one. It's like, it sounds good in theory, but it's just really annoying in practice because I had a position where I was like, my Speculo, I'm going to go into CC with your Agosil Lieutenant, but I'm going to use my stun pistol in CC because I don't want to kill you. But then you're still alive and you can reset out of it. And I'm like, okay, do I just pistol you then and hopefully you go unconscious and then I can stun you? It just adds, it's just
That's
fucking
great.
annoying. And
Seems needlessly complicated.
it is,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what people said. It is needlessly complicated when you could just kill them. And
It's
that's
a great
kind of,
thematic
yeah.
mission, but maybe not an ITS mission.
It just has this this odd everyone gets a stun pistol in the mission, so everyone's like kind of on a level footing. And if you're a veteran, you get an ADHL. And I like the idea of it because now jammers become much more important. Hacking becomes much more important because you can carbonite a heavy infantry, but only if it's only matters if it's a specialist. So people then don't take specialist heavy infantry, or they don't take their lieutenant isn't a heavy infantry. So it really changes list building, but it not necessarily in a good way. So I'm not sure I like the mission much. I don't think anyone else really liked it because they're just like, oh shit, I forgot this guy had a glue gun, and I forgot you could reset out of this one on a -3. And anyway, it was a little bit, like you say, it was needlessly complicated. So probably a good idea that Hunting Party is no longer in ITS, but we played it. And then the last. Oh, sorry.
It was last in ITS in 3, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
N3 to N4, the Immobilized changed quite a bit from memory.
Yeah, hugely. That was the reason why I wanted to try it, because immobilization used to just last until the end of your turn. So being immobilized was really hard to do because you'd have to make sure you had the last laugh, immobilize your opponent, and then the game ended.
You had two. The problem is you had two.
Oh.
You had immobilize A and B.
Yeah, you did.
The glue gun did B, which could only be reset by, gotten rid of by an engineer.
That's right. Yeah. So then you're right, because everyone had stun pistols, but they were only immobilized A, which went away at the end of the turn, which was absolutely pointless unless you had the last turn of the game. Whereas now it remains in place unless you reset at -3, which to me sounds more interesting.
I think immobilization A still went over. There was no need to reset it.
No, I think it went away. It went away because you used to have a hacking program that would last for 2 turns. There was anyway. Sorry guys who are listening to this who don't know what N3 was, but there was this sort of shit going on.
Yeah, whatever.
But either way, it probably wasn't the most fun experience, and it was needlessly complicated. So that was my review of Hunting Party. And then lastly, I played a game against a TAC player who got to use Deactivator on me, the motherfucker. Which was
What did you use it on?
It was sublime. It was great. So he went first.
Was this James?
Yeah. I counter deployed James, the host. He was playing TAC. I counter deployed my Specular mine layer with the mine looking like basically right next to his frontivic sniper. That was in his core team, and I was like, cool. You want to activate this core team? You basically have to dodge because there was nothing else that could get within range that wouldn't detonate on the whole team. So what did he do? He spent his impetuous order, jumped his his Irmandino up into a building, then spent his irregular order. Sorry, spent his irregular order to now I don't know if this is technically correct. You can do this, but we played it. You could. He shot his deactivator at the mine, which I think you can do because the deactivator is a BS attack and you can discover shoot.
Yes, so long as you can do that with a technical weapon, there shouldn't be any reason.
Yeah,
you
I
can't do that.
Sounds legit, assuming you pass the Discover.
Yes, so he needed to pass his Discover on a 7, so he did. He rolled a 6. And then he just deactivated it on a 15. No, sorry, on a 16 because it's +3 range, and you don't include mimetism, you don't include cover, and as long as you hit,
you just look at it. Yeah,
as long as you hit, it goes away. So he was like, discover shoot, discovered it. Oh, I rolled a 15. I rolled a whatever it is to hit. And mine's gone, and I was like, amazing. That I thought I would have taken way more orders to do.
I'll talk about it when we do the recap at Anzac Cup. But I got to discover just how cracked the deactivator is. It's a great piece of equipment if you have to use it.
I mean, I was just delighted that he got to use deactivator like that. So that was really good. Yeah. So other than that, that's all that's been happening for me. Jacob, do you have anything you want to add?
No, unfortunately, after Anzac Cup, I was just a bit tired. I just wanted to have 1 week off. But I did go and watch Tristan and Kellum have a game, Cosmoflot versus Spiralcore, actually, now that I think about it. And I was more into watching some of the things he was pulling with the Cosmoflot, with a double Cosmosoldat link with HMG and a T2 rifle.
Yeah.
Burst 5 T2 rifle and a Harris, which is pretty disgusting. So I don't know. I was looking to potentially go into Bakunin, but I'm wondering whether my attention will be both Bakunin and taking a look at Cosmoflot properly.
Hold on.
Again.
You're not leaving TAC just yet, mate. We're in this together. Mate, comrade.
I think
Comrade Jacob,
I
surely
think
not.
I think TAC is going to be like Army I pull it often in sort of like casual games, because if the tournament doesn't like fit TAC, it can be really rough.
No, TAC is now Val's ISS support group. It's now going to be Val's TAC support group. Every army this guy picks up, he has to create a support. He has to create like a little cadre of people who also feel the way he does.
Just stop having a love affair with Pavel and use other things, and you'll be fine.
One day you'll come third with TAC. One day you'll come third.
Varuna in a link is the answer. It's the truth. I'm telling you.
All right, we'll have to carry on. We'll have to move on, because we want to make this a shorter episode if we can. Not that we're on track for doing that at all. So moving on from that, you have news and announcements. So there's not much news, except actually there's a really big news announcement, and that is that MayaCast has ended after 400 episodes.
I'm gonna have to listen. I'm gonna have to listen to it.
You're gonna have to listen to an episode.
Yeah, all 400.
Okay.
Just
all of Australia on Anzac Day was remembering the Anzacs. We were remembering MayaCast. Playing the bugle for them.
The interests.
I mean, 400 episodes. That's a lot of episodes. We haven't even hit 100 yet. 9 years, yeah. Like, and they were weekly, man. They were on it, like pretty much every week. Like bang, bang. Like we struggle to do one every 2 weeks. Like this, so the dedication for those guys was incredible.
Awesome. I think they said it was around 25 days worth of content.
No, hold on. Whoa, wait a second. No, I think we have more content per minute, because their episodes were about an hour long, right? But if we put our episodes together, I think we actually made more content than them. So to be honest, like, I don't know, it's just a bit of respect.
That's right, Val. You know, a beloved thing that we're here to say, oh, goodbye to. Val's like, fucking shit. No. Right, we got 3 hours per episode. Boom.
Well, I mean, I guess that's one less podcast we have to compete with. But I wonder what might rise from the ashes of MayaCast, because surely, like, it was the leading Infinity podcast. Like, what's gonna take over from that? Is anything going? Because I haven't listened to the episode. Ed, have you?
Yes, I listened to it yesterday.
Yeah. Did they talk about passing the torch on or anything like that?
No. It was a lot of reflections on what they've talked about in the past, and just generally good vibes on leaving on a good note, things they wanted to foster and have fostered in the community, particularly in their area of the States and worldwide as well, because they were now the largest podcast, so they had quite an influence.
Absolutely. And it'll have a flow-on effect to the wider Infinity community, which will hopefully be, which won't be good, unfortunately, because I have losing such a staple like community leader as they were. It's never good for any community, but hopefully
there'll be something to replace it.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll move on. So upcoming events. So we'll just recap this, folks. You have about 4 or 5 days left to get in your sign up to the Melbourne Wargaming Incorporated ITS League. It kicks off on the 1st of May. It's going to be 4 rounds ITS taking place over the course of 8 weeks. 300 points, and you can change your list between rounds, but your army is fixed. Missions will be randomly generated at the start of each round. I will be the TO for this one, so I'll be picking the missions. It was up until yesterday. One of them was going to be hunting party, but it's not going to be anymore. So you guys breathe a sigh of relief for that one. $15 to enter the league, but you must be a member of MWI to enter. And to join MWI, basically go to the Melbourne Wargaming Incorporated Facebook page, go to our website, pay us $10 for the year, and you become a member, which is great because all that money goes back into the Melbourne Wargaming or Melbourne Infinity, mostly community to run events and to get prizes. As said before, the event is on Facebook. It's also on our LOL Discord. And Infinity Victoria Discord, if you haven't already joined that, a link will be up in the show notes.
I'll go on record and say that I'm going to win this.
Have you joined? Have you signed up yet? I don't think you've signed up yet.
I'll be signed up. Definitely signing up. But
Okay.
I'm just going to go on record and say I'm winning it.
Cool. I'm hoping to get some neat little S2 3D printed markers, like the ones that you've got, Ed. The 3D ones.
Yep, those orange ones are excellent.
Yes, they're so good. They're such a lifesaver for when you're playing games. Like the 2D ones that you often get in the boxes are fine, but when you actually need to know volume of a silhouette, which often comes in really important in games, having the 3D printed ones it just makes the game so much easier to play.
The other thing I'd say is if you can, try and get someone to print it in a transparent resin.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that'd be next level.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get them printed off with the logo of MWI on the top. That's the plan for me. The S2 ones, anyway.
Definitely recommend a bright color so you can see it across the table very easily.
Yeah. So you've got like orange ones, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was going to get
Brian
blue,
had
white, or
bright green.
Yeah, I was going to get blue, white, or red made up. Maybe white, something like that contrasts well. And there's also
orange.
Yeah, orange. Well, I mean, So you've got until the end of this month to sign up for that. Like I say, a link to the registration form will be in the show notes and on Facebook and Discord. Next up, we have Burn City Brawl. That's on the 5th and 6th of August. Tickets still available. It's $70 if you purchase before the end of this month, when it goes up to $75. The missions are cryogenics, capture and protect, frontline, supplies, and decapitation. It's going to be taking place in Melbourne, Australia, which is where we're from, at the Flemington and Kensington Bowls Club. So it'll be there will be a bar on site for both days, and it's in a nice part of town with lots of places to eat and drink afterwards and be merry. We are hoping to get over 50 this year. Hopefully, this will be the 4th time we've run it, and we're looking to make it the biggest and best Infinity Australia event on the calendar. Maybe we can beat CanCon. We'll see.
We will see.
Ed, I spoke to you on the weekend. I spoke to you a few weekends ago, prodding you about it, and you were thinking about it.
I certainly want to come. I'll have to figure out logistics.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Tell all your friends, because definitely, I find interstate participation in these big days really makes the event for everyone involved. I find. We
Nova Cause special.
Yeah, we have a
good
community.
level of keenness in Canberra at the moment to go down, so keep building that up and get people to actually commit, including myself.
We will absolutely be pestering all you for the next few weeks and months before as we get into the event. All right, is there any other events that we want to talk about? Anything you want to shout out yourself, Ed, before we go for a quick break?
So coming up in, I want to say, the 4th of June. Just checking that's the Sunday. Yep, that's Sunday. So the Sunday, the 4th of June, is the next Timfinity event. So that is our local game events that we have every roughly 6 weeks in ACT. The scenarios are up. I just don't have them to hand at the moment, but it'll be at Jolt Games as it usually is. Typically, it starts at 10 and then finishes at 5. More than happy to have people come in or drop in for 1 game, 2 games, whatever you so desire.
Will you be running that, or is that a Rob Cantrell special?
That is a Rob special.
Beautiful.
I am aiming to be playing it.
Excellent. Yeah. No, I do.
Can
I do
we
love
introduce?
the. Sorry, I do love the regularity of the events you have in Canberra. So it's good. It's good every time they pop up. I'll pop up on my feed. I'm like, yeah, you guys are pretty regular with those events, so it's good.
Right. So the missions are decap, capture and protect, and superiority, which, if memory serves, is one of the direct action ones.
Ah, yes, that's right. Yeah.
Very cool.
That's all right.
Yeah.
There you go. A bit of variety.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, on that note,
Can we
before
also refer to Rob as a friend of the show from now on?
Sure.
Our friend.
Yeah. We can call him Pillar of the Community as well if you want to. That's fine. We can do
Because
certainly
that.
I think he's at
ST
that
community.
level. He's at the level where he deserves one of the titles, either Pillar Community or Friend of the Show. You know.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah. Both.
yeah.
Both. All right,
Or both.
All right, folks. All right. On that, we're gonna go for a quick break, and we'll be back to discuss Anzac Cup and how Ed went running Varuna it. We're right back. Hey folks, and welcome back to the second part of the show where we're going to break down our missions and how we did at the recent Anzac Cup 2D event in Canberra. So for those of you who haven't been listening for the last few episodes, we have been touting this event that Jacob, myself, and Ed attended. It was and yeah, we don't care about you. It was a 2-day but only 4-round event. It was a charity event as well for Soldier On. And the missions were Frontline, Sensor Field, Silently Hassified, which was a custom mission that we've spoken about previously, and Rescue. For my numbers, I think we did have almost 20 players, but we had a few drops towards the end. I think we ended up with 15 or 16 players, I believe.
Yeah, it was 15 or 16.
Yeah. Which was funny because there were 7 of us from Victoria that went across, so almost half the field were from interstate.
Yeah.
Actually, no, half the field was from interstate because we also had 2 people from New South Wales come down. So, which was nice. It's we were saying before we went for a break. It's always nice to have an event that has interstate players because it makes more of a sort of festival, fun atmosphere. And I know that none of us who came down from Victoria were that disappointed that that we were half the field because we got to play 7.
We love each other.
Yeah.
7 or 8 very people we haven't played before. So that was great.
Yeah, I mean, I got really lucky, and I think I only had to play 1 Victorian. And
But you have to
in
play
fairness,
that Victorian.
I hadn't played him all that much, and it was great. Probably the best player I have played in a long time.
Hey, Kev and Jacob, don't let this man tear this podcast apart, all right?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So what we'll do is before we get into the breakdown of our games, we'll just go through the sort of standings at the end of the 2 days because I know people would like to know that. So we had Starmada taking out the event on the weekend, which was run by Rob Cantrell. I think we said in a previous episode that he wasn't too bummed that what was it? Robots were in O12, but they're also in Starmada, so he was playing Starmada, and that was he seemed to do very well in that. We had
some pretty scary duos in Starmada when you link them with an Oko bot for more orders.
Absolutely, yeah. I wonder how that will change when season 15 comes in.
Yeah. Have you played that list that he ran, Ed?
Yes. Spoiler alert! I played against Rob round 4.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
So we had Rob in first with Starmada. We had Ed with Varuna in second, and then we had Ivory, who's been on the show before, friend of the show, with White and you like that one, Val, with White Company in third. So as you'll see from there were no Victorians in the top 3. Sorry, Victoria, we failed you.
I wasn't there, so what can I say? You know,
we were half the field, but it's okay though because in 4th place was Jacob with Tax. So yeah, the highest performing Victorian on the weekend. So well done.
Well done, comrade.
Congratulations to that. We also had a fairly and like it was an interesting field of other armies. We had JSA in 5th, we had Bakunin 6th and 7th, Rama 8th, Nomads 9th, MO 10th, HB or Assassins 11th, Morat's 12th, Toha 13th, Ariadna in 14th, and then bringing up the rear with Drews in 15th, which is unfortunately it's not where they belong, but it's where they were.
Poor
There,
Drews.
you poor
Yeah,
Drews.
It's where it may not be where they belong, but it's certainly where they live.
Certainly where they live. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, dear.
I'll be honest. Every single time I get up and someone's like, even if for the most part, when someone says they're playing an NA2 that's not JSA or Spiral Core, especially if they say Daru's, I'm like, this guy's here just fuck around and have a good time.
Yeah, but it also makes it much harder if you then lose to that player, because then you're like, you kind of go into it going, oh yeah, this is an easier game, and you're like, oh no, oh no, this player's also good.
Say they were, I didn't say they were planning to lose.
No, yeah, I get you. I mean, we have any player with White Company taking it third, fielded by Zephyr. To be fair, it's a what's it, a Pano adjacent sectoral. Would you call it?
He kept mentioning how he is like very slowly weaning himself off Pano by getting into White Company.
And then wanting to have Pano tags the whole time in White Company.
Yeah. The other white meat.
To the credit of the Drews player, I believe they only played day one because they had other events on day two.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you're right.
Yeah, very nice.
You are right. So let's kick it off then with our army lists for the weekend. Do we wanna let's go with you first then, Ed, if that makes sense to you, Jacob, if you're happy to bring up the old streaming.
Can you
Yeah.
bring up the cutter list first, please?
Oops, sorry. There you go.
All right. Yes, if you make that bigger, yes, perfect. Thank you very much. That makes my life easier. Whoa, so big.
I got to point out just quickly before we go over. I don't think I've ever seen someone like organize their lists like in a more analytical way than Ed. He's got the date on them, and and not only that, but in a way that would organize itself.
No.
In order of when
in
you made
numerical
them.
order. Yep. It's almost as if I work in IT and have to deal with this crap all the time.
Oh, my system's better.
The reverse
No,
date
it's not.
is much appreciated. Although I do prefer to have 2023 at the start as opposed to 23, but that only really matters, I guess, if you're in working it from the 20th century backwards, right? Yeah.
So I suppose I should go through this list then. So it is a 6-9 split, not a 10-5 split, and that is a very deliberate reason. So starting with the small group, which is actually group 1 in this list, because I typically put my small groups at the top because they're typically easier to make.
You're one of those.
Yes, I'm one of those, because when I'm building Varuna lists and when I'm building spiral lists, the first things I put in are 2 helots, whatever your cheap order body is, whatever the main thing is, and then a specialist. So in this case, it's a cutter list, so it starts with a cutter in the small group. My cutter's my lieutenant in this case, and that way this cutter has plenty of orders to play with. Yes, I lose the ability to hidden deploy it because I'm not going to take the risk of not having an ARO if I'm going second. I'm just not that sort of player. But typically and this is Zephyr's words, not mine, when you run a cutter list, the game warps around the cutter. And what I've found when I've been running the cutter is that everyone keeps their head down, so the cutter has nothing to do on turn 1. So why have it in your main combat group is not going to do anything. And being in a 6-9 split means you can spend a command token later on, move it into the main combat group when it is time to start applying cutter to the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
After the cutter lieutenant...
That's a great observation, actually. I really like that.
So after the cutter lieutenant is 2 flashy boys, or Fugazi drone bots in this case, because it's Pano, just 7-point flash pulses. I do not typically put them on Overwatch duty apart from watching the back line for random drop groups, because I value those orders too highly in order to fuel the cutter. Next is the specialist in the combat group. In this case, because it's a cutter list, you don't have much points to have anything worthwhile, so it's just a tech B. Again, not really on Overwatch unless there is literally no buttons to press. And then we have 2 helots. In this case, we have 1 light rocket launcher helot and 1 shock marksman helot. Now, from my experience from Spiral Core, typically 2 helots is the correct number of helots I found, because as they are restricted to your deployment zone, as these are the neurocinetic helots, not the Liberto helots, there's only so many good places where a helot can go.
Yeah.
Because from that, you do not want them to have line of sight beyond 24 inches into their bad range while still being in good range for HMGs and sniper rifles. You want your opponent to spend orders to get within 24, then have to spend more orders to discover, and then spend more orders to try and kill it, because helots usually take a while to kill.
Yeah. So,
So
for
just sort of
for
like
Trent out there, you can't intuitive attack. Don't intuitive attack the helot.
Yeah, do not intuitive attack helot, because a helot will go full burst into you and go, okay, you're rolling 1 dice, I'm rolling 2 or 3. Have fun? Question mark.
Wow. What's that line from Tropic Thunder? Anyway, moving on.
So to summarize, the small group is Cutter, Flashy Boy, Tech B, Helot with Light Rocket, Helot with Shock Marksman. Then we get to the other group. So again, this is 9 troopers, not 10, because this is a 6-9 split. And the first 5 troopers are all Fusiliers. So it's a pure Fusilier calling. So there's 2 chumps. One of them's pretending to be lieutenant, but it's the Cutter. Then you got a Fusilier paramedic who's there to help pick up the other Fusiliers when they go down. Then a multi-sniper and a missile launcher. Now, many Pano players don't seem to like taking 2 big guns in their Fusilier link, and I deliberately do so that I have multiple turns of ARO. Typically, the missile launcher is up on turn 1, and then later on, when it goes down, or if I need to go into active mode, the sniper comes out to play. Also, because it's a cutter list, a lot of your points are in the cutter, so you don't have a lot of points left over to have other big guns in your list.
Yeah.
No, you really don't.
Next up, Nigel Montesa Paramedic. So Nigel Montesas are really good. They've been talked about a lot on this podcast. They are very fast. They're 8-6 movement. They're not 8-4 movement.
So
they have mimetism all the time. They are not the only trooper which has mimetism all the time on a bike. The 012 bikers also have mimetism all the time.
Lawkeepers do as well, yeah.
There you go.
In this case, it's a paramedic for the scenarios. So it's boarding shotgun paramedic. And also, with there being a cutter, a lot of ARO pieces are going to be sitting down. So your boarding shotgun can get into that nice range to apply templates to the problem, assuming you can get through a hacking network.
And the boarding shotgun's like 16-inch range, really, because you move 8 and then you shoot 8, right? So it's like
24 if you want to shoot in your 0 band.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. So, no, it's awesome. Awesome.
Briefly on the Nigel Montesa, it's sort of 50-50 as to whether it's angry or whether it's calm, depending on the opponent and whether I'm going first. If I'm going first, it's more likely to be angry. If I'm going second, it's almost always going to be calm. So it can take cover if the opponent can get some random shots into it.
Nice. That's a good idea. Really good idea.
Next up is your mandatory machinist. Because you're taking a cutter, you need to have a machinist. In this case, it has 2 friends, and it is the cheaper machinist. I did not spend the 2 points to give it mimetism.
Why would you? Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. Next is the mandatory peacemaker. Ways with peacemaker going to be the shotgun variants with a heavy flamer oxbot. In Varuna, only Ava 1, so you can only have 1. So I've got 1.
Gotcha.
And then last and certainly not least is the Zulu Cobra killer hacking device. They're both specialist and to be a killer hacker, so that if you run into a sort of a mediocre hacking network with either like years or cappers behind it, you can just go up and blow their brains out. Spend turn 1 going and blowing up some brains, and then your cutter or Nigel Montesa can just run the field because there's no hackers left. Does not work into nomads. Do not try it into nomads.
Yeah. This list is literally just.
Sorry. Go ahead, Val. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, this list is truly revolves around the cutter. Like, everything is there for the cutter.
Yep.
Holy shit.
This list is entirely about the cutter, supporting the cutter, getting rid of problems the cutter cannot solve, and then some random specialists in there because the cutter, yes, there's a crab bot, but it's whip 11.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. A quick question on the Helot. So you had one that's the 9-point version and one that's a 13-point version. Was that just because you had points left, or do you particularly prefer the one profile over the other?
I view the light rocket and the shock marksman equally. They do perform slightly different roles. The light rocket having an SMG as its sidearm means it's better in close range than the shock marksman. But it's very much a flex point as to whether I have half an SWC or whether I value those 4 points more or less.
Okay.
In Spiral, I tended to have 1 and 1 because Spiral is quite SWC expensive, and thus far in my Varuna learnings, having 2 of the 9.1s has been slightly better, because you typically want to have a hacker, and that leaves you with 1 SWC sort of floating that you can't really spend on a HMG unless you're taking a Kamau HMG.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, because I think typically I've seen the light rocket launcher being used, both of them, rather than one and one. But I like, I guess the additional burst is also useful.
Yes. Also, the light rocket launcher is probably slightly better because of the pie plate, but if you're playing into scenarios with depression zones, you want the shock marksman, because nothing's worse than a burst 1 helmet.
Absolutely.
Very, very clever. No, that's awesome. So
Cool.
what happens? What happens in this list when they just hide from you? You've literally, I don't see anything that's good and like up close except the knight, Montesa.
It does become all about the knight. So even when they're hiding everything, the cutter can usually get a line on something, either just by being tall enough or having a nice vault onto somewhere, and it'll spend its few orders just doing that, then running away and recamoing. Maybe if it's a scenario button pressing scenario, you can use those orders on the tech B to run forward and press a button. Because it's a whip 12, so it's going to take a few times to press that button. And then there's always just moving the hellet up, because there's nothing more annoying than a hellet in the midfield.
Of course. Yep. No,
Yep.
gotcha.
Cool. All right. Do you want to have a look at your second list?
Yep. So
I'd just add quickly, if you're doing some other scenario, let's say, we were playing Frontline, but Supremacy or something like that, the cutter moves into a zone, sits there, it guarantees, that you hold that zone, it's keep it in a camouflage state. And then, again, like you're saying, you take the tech B, press a button, paramedic, press a button. I think there are very few scenarios where you'll look at your first turn and go, I've got practically nothing to do. Like, you'll achieve something, even if it's just to assure that turn is a draw.
Yeah, you'll always
there
find
are some opponents and there are some situations where this list does not work, and that is where the second list comes in.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right.
Okay, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
All right, so the title of this one is 230411 Squallow HC. Now, HC for me stands for highly classified. So this list was the list I was going to drop into highly classified, because I knew that the other list would not have the diversity of specialists needed for, highly classified or whatever it actually called. The other thing this list does is it solves for nomads. Varuna has a serious problem with nomads, and there is like 3 or 4 nomad players playing the various sectorals in Canberra. So if you do not have a plan for nomads, you're going to have a bad time in Canberra at the moment.
Yeah, right.
And we cannot blame the Bakunin update for this, because they were all playing Bakunin or nomads before the Bakunin update was even a whisper.
I see.
Yeah, so we cannot be angry at the nomads in Canberra, because they've been playing nomads since forever.
That's it.
Just be angry at them all the time because they're playing nomads.
Fuck them.
Fuck them. Yeah. Okay. So let's go through this list.
So again, we'll start from the small group. Again, it is a 6-9 split. Having played it, there's some refinements to this list that could happen, but that's neither here nor there.
Yep.
So the smaller group, Pathfinder Drum Bot, that's the Forward Observer Bot. They're amazing in the current ITS. If you are running highly classified or some variant of it, you should have one. You should consider having 2 of them, because they do so many classifieds. Next up is Peacemaker. Again, it's mandatory basically in Pano to run a Peacemaker if you have them, because they give that midfield repeater presence and give you a road bump for your opponents to deal with. And sometimes you can just throw an Orc Spot forward and have some fun burning things. Next, there's a tag in this list, so you're going to have a machinist. So next up is a machinist with 2 friend bots. Again, it's also for highly classified. You're going to want a machinist in there for test run and for retro engineering. So lo and behold, we have a machinist.
Beautiful.
And then the group finishes up with 3 hellets. So there's 2 light rocket launcher hellets and 1 shock marksman hellet. Now, I do understand that I said not 5 minutes ago that 2 hellets is the correct number. There's a very deliberate reason why there is 3 hellets here, and that is because of rescue. Because you want extra ARUs out there for rescue, because you are not going to be able to push forward into that exclusion zone, and you want your opponent to have to deal with things rather than just run across the table, grab civilians and run back.
And they'd be good road bumps, even for highly classified. Put it near the HVT, and they've got to deal with them.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And Helots are shock immune, which makes paramedic them amazing and
Cool.
extra frustrating for your
I
opponent.
didn't know
Very
that.
good.
Good
Didn't know
point.
that.
Very
Yeah.
good point.
Cool.
Yeah.
Someone drops
Experimental drug.
experimental medicine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Experimental drugs.
All right.
And spoiler alert, I did drop experimental drug for that purpose.
Very good.
Right. So that's the 6 troops in the little group. In the big group, we got 9 troops. Again, there's a Fusilier Corps, this time with 6 members, not 5. So we have our Fusilier Lieutenant, a regular Fusilier, a Fusilier hacker. That hacker will typically not start the game with the link. And I'll get to that in a moment. Fusilier Paramedic, Fusilier Multi-Sniper, and Fusilier Missile Launcher. So at the start of the game, it's the same Fusilier core link that's in the other list, with the hacker sort of hanging out somewhere nearby, ready to reform into that link when the time comes. Now, why is the hacker not in the link most of the time? So that when your opponent has a killer hacker and just launches a pitcher right next to your hacker, it can't remove 2 points of ballistic skill from your hard arrow without having to face a gun.
Nice.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And also looking at your members, your link team there, there's no other member that you'd necessarily want out of that fire team either.
No, not really, because you want your lieutenant to be in there for 6 cents so they can dodge spec fires. You want your chump to be in there to be the decoy. You want your paramedic to be in there for the +1 burst, and you want your guns to be in there. So it just makes sense.
It's a tough one. Yeah, no, it's a tough one. But I think your hacking makes sense because they can't just break potentially cut your link down.
Yeah, and if you're relying on that hard arrow into, say, a nomad or a combined army player, you want it to be at full ballistic skill. You don't want them to have an easy way of using bits to Trinity your poor hacker to pieces.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next up, again, another 901 Tessa paramedic. This one in particular, paramedic because of higher classified and really good for rescue. So you can run across the table, grab a civilian, grab 2 civilians even because it's a specialist, and then run back.
Oh, fuck.
Yep. Yeah, that's a real thing. When you're on an 8.6 motorcycle, you've just got like 2 pillion passengers just being like, like taking you home.
Come with me if you want to live.
To live.
Well, he's got a spare helmet, right? So.
Yeah.
He does.
Be a bit disappointed if a bike that's carrying a dude in heavy armor can't put 2 normal people on
exactly.
and speed.
Yeah.
We'll skip one element for a moment for those watching on screen, and then just go down to the bottom, which is another Zulu Cobra killer hacker. Again, you want a hacker for all those specialist classifieds. It is Zulu Cobra's a veteran, so can do all those scenario classifieds as well. Pretty good gunfighter, being BS13, and again, killer hacker, because you're running a tag in this list. I ran a tag in both lists, and that tag in this case is the Squallow with grenades.
Yes.
Now, that was a very key piece in solving the nomad problem because Varuna does not have pieces that can dig in and get out things like deployable repeaters from that new observance lady or Morans if you're playing against other variants of nomads. So having an option, even if it's a bad option, to roll a spec fire on a 9 to get rid of a repeater, can save lives and does save lives in some games.
Indeed. And Pano lives matter, apparently.
Sometimes I'm happy and sometimes I'm glad that they got rid of the +3 range bands for what used to be heavy grenade launchers. Because the Squallow and the Lizard, which are both the same ballistic skill, could spec fire on 11s, I think.
So the Squallow is 1 higher ballistic skill than a Lizard because it's pan attack.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at this list then, they're basically the same as the cutter list, except you're using the points spare from downgrading or whatever to a Squallow to get yourself an extra member in the fire team and an extra Helot. Is that correct?
And a Pathfinder instead of the Tech B.
Oh, right. Yep, that's right.
Yep. Also, a little thing with this list, the 901 Tessa and the Squallow is a valid duo. So you can bring the Squallow up, have it slingshot the 901 Tessa and have it do some terrible things.
Very
That's cool.
Very cool. Don't forget the Squallow. Don't forget the Squallow has a multi-pistol. I wonder if that came in use at all. Probably not.
It did not in my games thus far.
Okay.
A multi-pistol? Yes, it does. Huh.
Yeah. The other thing with The other thing with the grenade swallow, it's a damage 15 grenade launcher. Because it's got +1 damage for being a tag, and then +1 damage because that's what's on the profile.
Yeah.
Which makes it that much more efficient than, say, a fully linked Fusilier grenade launcher.
Yep.
Even though it's the same ballistic skill.
That would be the same with almost any tag with their grenade launcher, isn't it?
Nope.
I would have to check the lizard.
No, it's not, because I have to pay an extra 11 points to get that on the Maggie, and I don't get the +1 damage grenade launcher.
The damage 14 instead.
Yeah, the lizard doesn't get it either. I'm pretty sure it's just the skull that gets that, because I remember it was the only one. I think it was the only one in the old, in the Old Testament that used to get it.
The lizard does get a +1 grenade. I was just wondering because I haven't looked at the replacement for the heavy grenade launcher at all. So I was just interesting to look at it now.
Oh, the lizard does get the +1 damage?
Yeah.
Oh, so +2 damage is what you're saying?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just Maggie
Maggie.
doesn't get that. Yeah, well,
Maggie.
suck shit,
I like
hack Islam.
So
Okay.
one thing to note with the Swallow grenade launcher, you don't have an NCO Swallow. So you do lose 1 order.
Yeah, yours. Yeah.
Right.
But
yeah.
you do get back half an SWC and it's like 4 or 5 points for
Mhm.
not having the NCO.
Mhm.
That's fair.
Cool.
So, this list was planned for highly classified and for if I ran into nomads, and then it was pretty good into rescue as well because it had a few extra humans compared to the cutter list, but my plan was to run the cutter list whenever I could.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah. No. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Do we want to go into the next list? And we'll do everyone's list, and then we'll do everyone's missions. All right. So me. Okay. Cool. Do you want to enhance that for me, Jacob, on the chat?
Zoom in.
Zoom. Yeah. Thank you. Enhance. All right. Okay. So I've already talked about this before in the cast, but my plan for that weekend was to run 2 Magriba guards. Didn't really have much confidence in their performance, but I thought I'd give it a go anyway. So, one of my lists, I did take 2 lists because I didn't want to completely screw myself over if I ran into an opponent or a table where 2 Maggies would just be like, you lose. But this was the first list. So we have a Magriba with a Mind Dispenser in a duo with Layla Sharif. So Layla Sharif is a killer hacker with Shock Marksman Rifle, EM Mines, decharges, the works, 20 points. She's really good. And then, like I say, you can duo with a Maggie for really good. So this is the Magriba guard with the multi-HMG, heavy flamethrower, +1 burst, Mind Dispenser, and the AP heavy pistol. Then we have another duo of the other Magriba guard, which is the multi-HMG, heavy rocket launcher, and grenade launcher without the +1 damage.
Damage 14.
Yes, just damage 14. But with heavy pistol +1 burst, which is quite nice. In a duo with the Rafik Red Fury. Now, the reason why I ran them in this duo was because the Magariba. Actually, no, this isn't the way I ran them. Sorry, because that's not quite right. But anyway, the way I actually ran them was the one with the heavy rocket launcher would be in a duo with Layla Sharif. Reason for that is the Magariba with the heavy rocket launcher does not have a template weapon, but Layla Sharif does have EM mines. The point of that was to have the Layla Sharif could at least place an EM mine if I was concerned about, someone coming in close. Whereas the one with the Mind Dispenser would be in a duo with the Red Fury Rafik because the one with the Mind Dispenser already has a heavy flamethrower. So basically they're kind of like trying to counter each other's weaknesses. So that was that duo. We have Carmen and Batard, a Beast Hunter with the heavy heavy flamethrower and Panzerfaust. We have 2 Ghulams, one of them posing as the lieutenant, the other one being a decoy. We have a Najaron engineer with 2 friend bots. Now, of course, the Magribas are not remote presence, but it's still worth taking an engineer anyway when you're putting more than half of your army, more than half of your points into 2 tags. So he was kind of given, and also he's useful in things like highly classified. Then we have a Fanus to round out Group 1, and then in Group 2 I have a single lonely Warcore. So yeah, you don't get too much when you put in 2 Maggies into a list. You quickly run out of points. But yeah, that was that list. The plan for this list was, really just to try to apply Magriba to a problem. I have one with Mind Dispenser, so I can shoot mines up the table, try to ham up my opponent, try to arrow fork my opponent if I can, put mines out, then come around the corner and shoot with the HMG. And then the reason why I took the heavy rocket launcher grenade launcher version is because I wanted to have, similar to what Ed says, I wanted to have an answer to deployable repeaters and hackers on rooftops.
Yep.
I don't do
To
it
be
as
honest,
well. Sorry?
I was going to say, to be honest, the list has actually got a little bit of quite a bit of variety between the Rafik, Layla, the Beast Hunter, and the Carmen. I think you've got a good set of variety in all things considered, of course. You got your killer hacker, you got pitches, you got a medium range weapon, you got Carmen, so like an impetuous troop, and you got a or deploying camouflage troop. I think you've managed to fit in quite a good variety in the list for considering you've got 2 tags.
I think that list can do every classified as well, because you've got the paramedics inside the Maragaribas for the doctors.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think he's done pretty well, to be honest. This Kevin.
Yeah, you're right. This list actually can do quite a lot of classifieds because Batard has sensor as well as the Rafik has sensor. Carmen's also a veteran. Layla's a veteran. Layla's also a hacker with decharges. In I think Siley Hassified, you can also nominate one of the tags to be your Master Breacher, who then just will get decharges. But of course, the Magriber pilot also has decharges, so that's fine. So between all those troops, you have quite a lot of variety of classifieds. And then I guess Carmen and Batard are your sort of somewhat disposable pieces that are used to clear midfield camo, go on a turn 1 bum rush, try to disrupt the opponent so that the Maghribs can do their jobs. And like I said, the grenade launcher again was just sort of there in case I needed it, in case I had a problem I couldn't unpick with just applying BS14 HMG to the problem. And we'll get into the games, but I think after that weekend, I've now see the value in that, in paying those additional 3 points.
Awesome.
That was that. So that was list 1. List number 2. This is more of a list I'm just trying out. Well, I've been trying it for a while, trying to make it work. I did a few adjustments for the weekend just because of the mission lineup, but it is a what we've got here. I think it's a 9-6 split. Yeah, I think a 9-6 split in this one. Yes, a 9-6 split in this one.
Yep.
So we have in group 1, we have a Gulam core. So we have a Gulam Lieutenant plus 1 command token, Gulam Doctor, Gulam Hacker. Then we've got a Zayden missile launcher. So 5-member fire team. Obviously, Zayden missile launcher gives me BS18 missile launcher, and then the 4 remaining guys in there are really just to give him the BS18. I've got a doctor in there to get the Zayden back up if he doesn't go completely to dead. And then the Lieutenant plus 1 command token, I don't always like including it, but if I find I have the points, I tend to just have it there because, going first, being able to hold back 2 reserves and still having 4 command tokens can be useful. Then we had a duo of a Namur tactical awareness with breaker rifle light shotgun, duoed with a Mukhtar MSV2 Red Fury. I'm finding I'm really enjoying this kind of duo. I used to run something like this in a Harris, but I find being able to, I lose a burst, but I gain like 20 to 30 points that I can spend on something else. And I don't really feel like I lose an awful lot. Like, sure, the +1 burst and the +1 burst in reactive is great, but this duo can still do everything. Like, I've got a burst for damage 13, Red Fury with BS13, MSV2, and Mimetism, and then I've got a Namur that just kind of does everything else. Like, it pushes buttons, it fights in CC, it climbs things, it's total immune, it just does so much stuff that I find this duo really, really useful.
Yeah, there is something to be said as well for having like a lower profile.
Yep. Yeah, as in like 2 models instead of 3 being put. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
And very scary on the opposite side of the table, right?
and as you were saying there, Ed, because it's 2 members, I sometimes use that as my reserve. So I will hold back two models and deploy both of them as my reserve. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes I wish it was just my reserve was Carmen or my reserve was a Beast Hunter, because often that, it's fewer points that I can apply to a problem and not be too fussed if it whiffs. But if I deploy those two as my reserve, apply it to a problem and they whiff, then that's like considerable more investment that fails. But it's an option I have, and I quite enjoy doing it sometimes, because I find that people don't know what to expect. Then we're rounding out that team, rounding out that first combat group. We have another duo of a Rafik Red Fury duoed with Layla Sharif, and I also find this duo to be very useful. Again, because we've got a killer hacker duoed with a repeater. They both complement each other with, well, they both have 24-inch range guns. They're both reasonable shots. They're both specialists. And yeah, they again, for things like Sally Hassify, they just do a lot of stuff. So I really enjoy them. Then group 2, we have Carmen and Batard, 2 Finnish Flash Pulse bots, a missile launcher bot, a Beast Hunter with Panzerfaust and the camo version, and then rounding it out, we have a Tuareg hacker who's the hidden deployment infiltration skirmisher.
Perfect.
So this second combat group is a bit of a play on what I normally do. Normally it's Carmen, 3 Finnish Flash Pulse bots, a Beast Hunter, and then like something else like a Tuareg or a Nahab or a Hakim, some kind of like midfield or drop AD piece that can solve a problem for me. But in this particular list, I found I had some points spare, so I dropped one of the Fanus and upgraded it to a missile bot, because I realized I had
SWC.
Because I had the SWC, and like sometimes just standing up a missile bot as an aero piece can be good. And also because I had a Tuareg hacker, I figured, well, maybe I can get some guided off if I absolutely have to.
I mean, you get the Tuareg and the Gulam, so you
and
can
the Gulam
punish
as well.
anyone who gets too close to the Rafik.
And I've got 3 repeaters on the table as well.
Well, the Tuareg, if you play anything like I did my Ninja, the guide is a really good
And
option.
maybe I took a leaf out of your book as well, Val. Perhaps that's that.
No, I'm not. Yeah, but I'm saying it actually is a really strong combo having a hidden deployment hacker and guided.
Yeah,
tool,
but let's
guided
face it.
weapons.
This list was really only going to be fielded if I ran up against a table where I physically couldn't hide both my Maggies. Because my intention of the weekend was just to run the Maggies as a meme, do the meme, have fun, but only run it if I was like, this is going to be a bad time for me if I don't. That's why this list was added. So that's that. Jacob.
Oh, now I have to explain myself.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to explain yourself too much.
You can just go through it if you want, but yeah, whatever's easier.
Okay, so I'm running TAC for Anzac Cup. This is my I suppose just sort of a general purpose list. The idea with this one is in part to be able to try and, if a rescue, I know it says frontline at the top of rescue, to try and have the antipode potentially chase down anyone who has one of the HVTs.
Oh, right, sorry.
Because as soon as you do anything in Civivac other than move, you drop the HVT. So if they get them in combat and he wants to do anything other than die, he drops it, and then that's good enough.
What?
No, maybe I'm thinking of Cassavac. Doesn't matter.
No,
doesn't matter.
No, nothing you do will drop the thing unless maybe if you go into camouflage state or suppressive fire, maybe you drop it.
Camo, if you become isolated, if you join a fire team, if you become part of a coordinated order.
Okay. I'm thinking of Cassavac then.
Sure.
I don't think Cassavac changes either.
I think he's thinking of what Rob Cantrell did with the supply crate where he engaged you and you can't be in control of it. Maybe you're thinking of that.
Yeah. That doesn't matter. It was there to try and kill the carriers.
Sure.
The Frontovic AP Sniper MSV1 Vet Kazakh Frontovic Paramedic is sort of a standard thing I've started running at the moment. I find it's really strong. The Frontovic multi-spectral visor AP Sniper rifles a decent ARO. With the multi-spectral visor, it means that smoke is not as good as getting close to them. Obviously, if you get too close, all the Frontovics have AP pistols. The Vet Kazakh is there, and it's also there because I found that the Vet Kazakh sometimes needs to get too close to really good ARO pieces, other HMGs and stuff like that. So the AP sniper rifle is able to sit back, take that further shot, where you can, like, I've had cases where more importantly, I've had cases where I'm looking at a missile launcher and I need the range to be able to touch that missile launcher.
With that. Or the heavy rocket launcher, the heavy rocket launcher Morat thing, right? You want to be outside 32.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's either you're trying to outrange your opponent over 32, but more often than not, it's when I'm looking at something with a long range, like a missile launcher, that I need also that reach to get to. We have Strelic Mine Layer and Strelic Forward Observer. Pretty self-explanatory. The mine layer is there to put down mines and be confusing, as well as sort of a throwawayable ARO piece. Not this particular mine layer. I'll get to the second group in a second. 2 tractor mules, just order monkeys. It is frontline. The idea was that they would get into and hold my deployment zone, but I kind of shut that down. I'll go back to this particular profile in a second. Like I said, Antipode handler. If used right, I found that you've got to try and use her smoke launcher a lot more than I used to. It is worth standing her up, like if you have a prone, standing her up, firing a rocket launcher, then because they all activate at the same time because it's peripheral control, the next order you do to move your dogs, she just goes prone again. I don't think there's
I took that leaf out of your book.
I honestly don't think there's any situation where you won't spend the TAC awareness order and then at least one more order. Strelic Forward Observer, more for just classifieds. You want to be able to do the forward observing ones, the ones for the HVT, ones for the HVT designation, and
that's fine.
telemetry. Telemetry is the other one. And Ermendino for smoke. For smoke. For an additional smoke for having for being able to do engineer classifieds as well, as well as being a good piece to sort of run up into someone's face.
Yeah, they're stupid good. Ermendinos are
stupid good.
Yeah,
stupid good.
I find the Ermendinos, especially in TAC, you often, if you're doing something, they're kind of sometimes there just as like a lesser dog warrior, but they are 8 points compared to 24. So they're a third of the cost.
Yeah, for sure.
They are war bands that just kind of make your life difficult, and they're your smoke. Which they're cheap smoke.
Cheap and exactly. As well.
Yeah, exactly.
Very reliable smoke.
I think the main thing is what I found is when you put a dog warrior on the field and you say that's my dog warrior, someone will put a big ass gun with some sort of MSV looking directly at it, and you cannot use that dog warrior for the rest of the game. They do not do the same thing to an Ermendino.
Yep, for sure.
True. All right.
So going back to the last profile I didn't cover is the Spetsnaz parachutist. When I was practicing for Anzac, I kept finding situations where I was like, I just wish I had something that was right there in the side to shoot something. Right? There were tags that I couldn't get to safely without like spending a bunch of orders and having maybe like 2 to take out the tag. Something like that. So I decided I would take a look at the Spetsnaz parachutist AP rifle. And I'll talk about it throughout our games, but it is just, I would probably say one of the best, if not the best profile in TAC, right? It just, like with stealth martial arts, it looks at not just one thing. It looks at a whole bunch of things. It just goes, that's dead, that's dead, that's dead.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Second group, Spetsnaz AP sniper rifle. So this is the one that has the decoy. It's in your deployment zone. Again, very similar to the Frontovic. It's there because it can reach out to touch long-range missile launchers, other snipers, and also get the, which did happen in one of my games, the shooting at a TR bot, and they can't shoot back because it's negative 12 to hit. Strelic Mine Layer, that one is sort of a throwaway ARO, where it's there. You use the mine again. Like it's a mine layer with decoy. So I've found that if you have all your midfield things standing up, it just starts this process of absolute confusion where your opponent just doesn't know what they need to take a look at. They don't know which one's the mine, which one's the decoy, which one's the forward observer. It just slows their game down. Right, allows you to get through their first turn relatively unhurt, so you can get into your first turn. Then Line Kazakh Lieutenant, common theme I think through all these lists, Line Kazakh Decoy, and then just the Line Kazakh Paramedic, potentially to put near the Spetsnaz so it can throw a med kit and hopefully get it up. Spetsnaz is Fizz 12. They can get up sometime.
Good chance. No, fair enough.
Yeah, Ariadne's Paramedic's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. They got the extra fizz, right? So throughout the faction, so why not?
Yeah, it was also sort of, if I felt like I needed this army for Kylie Hassified, I could potentially see using it. But yeah. So anyway, that was this list.
All right. Is this your second list?
Yeah. So my second list. So this one was made specifically for Kylie Hassified. And this one was made specifically for Kylie Hassified with the idea that as soon as I said that I was playing an Ariadne faction, anybody would go, okay, they look through their deck, they go and grab HVT Espionage, and there's another one that can only be done by hackers.
The hacking one,
right? And just go bam, bam, and put them down. So, again, Strelic Forward Observer to be able to do forward observing stuff. The Spetsnaz Parachutist AP rifle. This profile is awesome because it's also, I think it's elite. So it can do the net undermining. Has decharges, so it can do sabotage. So it can do a whole bunch of missions. And if you put it into suppressive fire, like it can do capture and shit like that.
Of course.
My standard one, which was the Vet Kazakh, and again the Frontovic AP sniper, with a 112 FTO and a dozer. Both of those can go into
so a little 4-man link there.
Both of those can go into a link.
I don't mind that actually as a little mobile classified accomplishing link team, because you've got MSV, you've got veteran, you've got heavy infantry, you've got a doctor, you've got an engineer, you've got decharges, and you've got everything except for a hacker in there pretty much.
It's really good.
It's cool. I like it.
Do your war drivers are they able to join links, or is that only in some of them?
No, I just looked at it and think, no, they can't.
That would be great. That would be great, actually. Okay. Right, as well as the Strelic K9. Now, the Strelic K9 was there specifically for my plan of using. They were there for my plan of using the K9 to do sensor.
One of the HVT
sensor?
identification.
Yeah, to do the sensor
on
thing,
the antipode.
Yep.
And then a war driver, which obviously you don't see in many tact lists, but with Kylie Hassified, I needed to have it there. Spetsnaz well, you're wrong, and I proved to you during the game that I had with it. Spetsnaz Spetsnaz HMG, pretty much exactly the same as the AP sniper rifle. There to put a bit more burst on there, and then Ermendino, another engineer to do more engineering stuff. We then have Carmen and Batard. So the reason I had her, and specifically why when you take a look at this, lineup, it's just there to service Carmen Batard. Is the idea was to have Carmen on one side and the Kanon on the other side. So no matter where someone put their HVT, I could do that sensor, objective.
Yeah, same
Tractor
thing with
Mule.
me. Yeah, same thing with me with the
Yeah.
Rafik. Yeah.
Tractor Mule deactivator just for orders. Again, Lane Kazak with his decoy, Lane Kazak Lieutenant with the decoy, and Strelic Mylayer again a throwaway ARO.
Do you find the Strelic K9 it's like, I mean, you can't get away from it. It telegraphs what it is.
So that's where decoys and having a bunch of Strelics comes into play.
Yeah, but they'll know that. Yeah, they'll know what's. They'll see
know
the
that
S5.
Yeah, no, they'll know that you have the K9. I mean, I have camo tokens specifically that are the K9.
Yeah.
So it's super obvious. Yeah, there's nothing. That's why like I said, that's why I had Carmen and him, so that if they saw that and was like, oh, I'm going to put it away from that camouflage for deploying K9, it's like, well, if you put it in the middle, they're equidistant. If you put it on either side, Carmen gets to it, or the Strelic gets to it.
And the MSV front of it can do that classified as well.
That's true. That's the last stitch. The last stitch is that the Fontovic can run up and try and do it.
Who's your reserve for this list?
Carmen?
Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, it really depends on the opponent.
Or first or second.
Sorry, I should say it depends on the classifieds that are put down. In the game I played, believe it or not, my reserve was the War Driver.
Okay.
Because all I wanted to do with the War Driver is put it directly in front of where the HVT is. Get those objectives done because it's the only source of hacking. And as soon as it's done, I do not care about her anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. How many camo markers is that? That's 3, 4, 5.
Heaps.
6. It's let me take a look. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
9,
10?
6, 7,
No,
8, 9,
sorry,
10.
11.
I'm gonna say 10.
It's 10. I don't
And
have
one of
two.
them is not like the others.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
I
one of
don't
them is
have
chunky.
the extra one.
For me, the Strelic K9 is if you want to win the camo battle with tack. So if you're coming up against another faction with camo, you just take the Strelic K9 and you should win the camo battle in midfield.
This is
Well, like I said, this was a list with a very specific plan.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Let's get into the games then, shall we?
Yeah.
So let's do round robin. We started with Ed with the list, so let's kick off with Ed in the games. So round 1 was
Frontline.
Frontline, right? Okay.
I played against Jacob. And
Yay!
I ran my cutter list, and he did not approve of it.
Let's get for our listener,
Bring up the table,
viewers,
please.
our viewers on YouTube.
Yeah.
Let's just get a quick look at the tables because I think the tables at this event were really good.
Yep, this one. So for those watching on, I had the deployment zone that's sort of to the left side of screen, and Jacob had I had the right side, and Jacob had the far side on the left as his deployment zone.
So I had the side with the stationary crane. You had the movable crane.
Yes.
Yes, right.
I won. Did I win the left? No, you won the left-hand roll and chose deployment sites from memory.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, and naturally I would go first. Ordinarily, Varuna would think about being one of the few factions to think about going second and deploying second, but I knew I had a cutter in my list, so I was definitely going to go first.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I do like the tactics of Frontline. Yeah, definitely.
Do any of you know the maker of these sort of buildings that we're playing with here?
This one, I don't know the maker, but this one was Tristan's table.
Okay, so these sort of buildings will come up on multiple tables. And one thing to note about these buildings is they do not fully cover a Silhouette 7 or Silhouette tag. They look like they do, but if you get any level of elevation, even just an S2 standing on top of the building, you can see a tag hiding behind it. And I'm pretty sure Magariba just straight up can't hide behind these things, but can bolt onto them.
Yeah, it's like the S7 is perfectly level with the top of these buildings.
Yeah, just under the top, so you can't vault it either.
Yeah, so this is where we were talking about earlier. The 3D printed silhouette markers really come in handy, so you know if you can hide behind this building effectively. Because often with the flat ones, you're like, "Hey, I'm not as tall as it." But then, as Ed's pointed out, if you're standing on the building, you can see the back of the back of their base because they they extend so much further out.
Right.
So coming to deploy on this table, I knew there was one good spot for the cutter and one okay spot for the cutter. So on the right-hand side of the table, there's a crane, which is quite tall, and you can put a cutter into total cover behind there, and it'll be safe as houses, and nothing can get to it. The other option is there's a larger building in the middle, which sort of comes just into my deployment zone, and you could fit a cutter sort of onto the corner of the building.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's adequate. And if it's attacked from one side, you can guts around the corner, and if it's attacked from the other side, you can guts around the corner the opposite direction. That does not account for the roof, though, and we'll come to that being a bit of a problem later on. So my deployments, my memory's a little hazy, but I deployed an angry bike on the extreme left of my deployment zone. The Helots were both roughly in the center and watching over my HVT, which was on the extreme right-hand side of the table, near where the crane is. My Fusilier Link team, the missile was standing on top of a building which was inside my deployment zone. For those watching, it's the building that's next to the yellow crane.
Oh, yeah. Perfect place, yeah.
Near the paramedic, who was also up there, but not in getting blasted by high plates range. And then the sniper was sort of on the ground level hiding with the two Fusilier chumps.
On the ground level. Is that just because you didn't have enough space up there, or was there another lane that you could have taken?
There was not enough space up there to have three models and them not be in pie plate death.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Yep. If you did put in, you'd have one of them sort of sticking out from one of the barricades that's on top of that roof, which would mean that'd be a dead Fusilier very quickly. My engineers deployed there's a blue crate in the middle of my deployment zone towards the back, with a friend bot either side on either extreme of the table, so that the friend bots could get to wherever the cutter ended up deploying. The tech bee, I can't remember. I was being a flashy girl on this one, so she was on the bridge, just sort of watching on all the roofs, because this scenario being frontline has no buttons to press, so she didn't need to live particularly long. And then the flashbots were just sort of hiding in corners, being auto generators, making sure nothing. I know it's tax, so there's no Van Zandt, but just in case something weird didn't happen. And I think that was everything in that list.
Yeah. So, what would the highlights of the game? Just because between you and Jacob, what was the kind of engagements that were of interest? I guess.
So the main engagement that happened on turn one was probably the main thing which happened, because Jacob stripped orders from the cutter, so my main group had 9 orders to do what I wished with. And looking at the opposite side of the table, it was just a horde of camera markers.
Yeah.
So I used my Knight of Montesa, which started on the left-hand side of the table, to go all the way to the right-hand side of the table through the middle of the table to sort of face check every single camera marker to see what it was and see if there was anything actually dangerous underneath them.
So good. Such a good way of doing it, yeah.
So I knew there was a Strelok on the left-hand side opposite where the bike deployed. Didn't really care about that one because there's nothing important behind it. But there was a horde of camera markers on the right-hand side, and some of them were standing in very prominent positions, where if it was a tank hunter missile launcher, that would be a bad day for a cutter. And I needed to know if it was a tank hunter missile launcher or a tank hunter autocannon before I activated the cutter.
Okay.
So by doing this Rambo drive across the from left to right through the middle alleyway of the table, I could face check almost all of the camera markers and do some unfavorable engagements if there was a tank hunter missile launcher or a tank hunter autocannon standing up top. Eventually get to the point where I was like, okay, if he's hiding it so well that it probably isn't that camera marker on top. It might be a decoy because there is another one nearby. It might be Spetsnaz. Turned out it was a Spetsnaz on the lower level. So the motorized bounty hunter cleared out a Strelok link and then did a bunch of classifieds, engaging the Jacob's HVT.
Hmm.
Then the cutter, only having a few orders, sort of scooted up a bit, cleared out an Ermendino, which I could get a line out, scooted back, became a camera marker again.
That's it. Yeah.
Which then leads to Jacob's first turn.
I hope you named that fucking Fusilier with that missile launcher.
Yes, because that was a bit of a problem for you.
Yeah, so look, I had TAC do suffer a little bit if the table is if the table is a little bit open, and if you can't quite manage to get the ranges on it, and this was sort of the epitome of that. But it didn't matter anyway because I had a plan to sort of deal with those issues. However, Ed had in his team obviously Fusilier missile launcher. Why would you not had him standing up, looking down at not the entire table, but a really good corridor that was sort of separating my Fondovic sniper, like the Fondovic sniper, Fondovic paramedic, and vet Kazakh from getting to the other side of the table. So not knowing exactly how far I was from him, I thought, okay, I'll play it safe. I'll take something with with better range bands than his missile launcher. Should have add him with a 3 dice on my sniper rifle. I think it's equal dice. I've just got one more. And I'm pretty sure in saying that the very first arrow rolled, Ed rolled 12 crit, and the Fondovic just went. Gone.
Beautiful.
But luckily, I did get to measure how far that was, and it was 28. It was 29 inches or something. So the HMG vet Kazakh could reach. So I'm like, okay, cool, all right, whatever. Best laid plans and all that sort of thing.
Vet Kazakh should delete a Fusilier missile launcher, no problem.
What went up? 4 dice, right? Mimetism again. I got 13s instead of 12s, 4 dice, that sort of thing. I won that shoot off. But that Fusilier decided to tank every single shot, and I don't even know if you decided. I don't even know if you decided to go prone or you rolled for it.
I wanted to stay standing. Being a Fusilier, they have crap whips, so the Fusilier wanted to sit down. So alas, I rolled a 13 or more, and it sat down.
Which, to be honest, is more annoying for me because then I could have had a chance to actually kill that thing because it was a problem for the rest of the goddamn game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it went down. And then
that opened the lineup for your antipodes, and so you could paramedic the Spetsnaz, which I managed.
Yeah, so the Spetsnaz had gone down. I wanted to get him back up. Ultimately, I just didn't have enough orders to do what I wanted to do. I think I did eventually do what I wanted to do, which was annoyingly shoot Ed's defensive turret, which he had put looking down this corridor.
Oh,
now,
yeah,
defensive
that mission. That one, yeah.
Yeah, the defensive turret, normally not scary at all, but the problem was it was looking straight at where my antipodes were. And I couldn't spend the entire... eventually he would get just free discovers on my antipodes and ruin any chance I had at getting towards a cutter in a camo state.
It's worth noting the turrets can't declare discover.
Exactly.
But the turret was also looking at my cutter. So if you ever came out of camo to engage the cutter, the turret would have shot you.
Yeah, true. And the other thing, I fucking should have read the rules properly then. But the other thing was I wanted to drop where your Montesa was. I wanted to drop my Spetsnaz. And this is what I was talking about with the table is you did well putting the I think you had a Bulleteer or the Peacemaker on the left-hand side. Oh, right. Well,
your left-hand side.
My left hand, your right-hand side. Which means I couldn't drop there because I would have just got ox-spotted.
Because there's nowhere to drop it safely.
And there was nowhere on that side really to drop
to walk it on. Yeah.
But if you take a look at this corner, the corner.
Where
which I'm
about?
showing my mouse. If you take a look from the thing that second container up for anybody watching,
On the
Yeah.
there's a
right-hand
nice
side?
little
There's a
on the
little
left-hand
nook
side.
on sort of the near side, next between the white building and the crate that it's adjacent to. That's on the extreme edge of the table.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Majority of our listeners are what's his name on the radio line, so I don't know if we should focus on the.
Anyway, so
There's a
I
nook
couldn't
on the
really,
left
I couldn't
side,
really
that's a
drop my
really spot.
paramedic. I couldn't really drop my paramedic in, and I mean, now knowing that they couldn't have declared discover, probably would have just ran the antipodes straight at your cutter at that point. But yeah, so just a massive misplay. I couldn't get rid of that Fusilier, and that Fusilier will be a problem for the rest of the match because he would just cut the table in half and stop me from essentially clearing out a side that I needed to get through.
I'm
You
just
did-
conscious we're at the 2-hour mark, guys. So maybe just focus on kind of the highlights of the games. Just like
Well, yeah,
the interaction.
my first turn pretty much set the tone for the rest of the game, which was Ed would poke out, do something with his cutter, or do something with his Montesa, get a classified done a turn, or classified at 2 done a turn, and then poke back in, cutter would hide. I think the only really sweaty moment you had, Ed, was when I did manage to get an antipode in combat with your cutter. But turns out that Burst 4, combi rifle, Fusiliers are really good at shooting into combat and not really hurting a cutter, although you did do 1 wound to your cutter.
Yep. So that was the main thing that happened on turn 1. You engaged, but didn't have enough orders to actually hurt the cutter. So I had to spend most of my turn 2 clearing antipodes off my cutter.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
Just like shooting them off the carapace. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
So
Yeah.
end state of that game, turn 2, not that much happened. I spent most of the time clearing off the cutter and then gunning down the few things that poke the head out and standing annoying missile launcher up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose my turn 2 was the Spetnaz did land, did manage to work around, but again, invincible Fusiliers. I was shooting the Fusiliers that ended up on the shipping crate in your DZ, still rolling really well on their armor saves. Just could not get rid of those Fusiliers.
Yep. And then my turn 3, my cutter ran across the table, ended up in the far zone.
Yeah.
The middle zone ended up being the Zulu Cobra and the Peacemaker from memory, and then a few random Fusiliers in my near zone. And then you tried to contest it as much as possible.
Yeah, I don't think I had enough to contest. I think I had to pick one zone, and that was the only one I could contest. I don't think I could have contested the near zone with the points I had.
Yep.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you did spread out your troops across your near zone and the middle zone, which meant that you didn't end up controlling any of them.
Yeah. And like I said, the TAC do have answers to a cutter, because they do have. I mean, the antipode is the answer really to a cutter, right? It's 3 sensor rolls that you can roll, and then you jump into combat. If you've got enough orders, you can re-camo, jump into combat with a surprise attack. The cutter not having a template is big in that sort
Yeah.
of situation.
That's true.
But I mean, it was on me, obviously, not knowing that the defensive turret can't declare discover would have changed a lot of what I did, but yeah, it either one way or another, it would have still been a gamble because your Fusiliers were kind of looking at your cutter when the antipodes were coming in, as well as
Hellet lines watching the roof as well.
True. And so even if, let's say I knew that, it was still a gamble to get those antipodes in there to punch the cutter.
Exactly.
How did so obviously 92 points in your closest zone, Jacob, is difficult to shift, but were you able to take back the middle zone or anything like that? Because obviously the thing with Ed's list is obviously it's quite concentrated, right? Because you've got you've got the Zulu Cobra, the Montesa, and the Cutter, and then everything else kind of is low point, doesn't really do that much.
Well, as I mentioned, that the Fusilier missile launcher, even at the very last turn, was still a problem. It still was cutting the table in half.
Right. Okay.
And so it was very difficult for me to just get past it. And I just
But you've
didn't.
got all
I
this
just,
camo. You just got all this camo. You just move it. Just walk, move. Done. I'm in the middle. Done.
most of it was gone by the
It
end.
was
of it.
Den, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess that's the thing with
like
frontline.
I
You've got to
think
keep it alive.
I think by that time the Spetsnaz I think was probably dead.
Mhm.
I don't know how many. I think I had that one Strel, like you said, that was on like the very side near sort of nothing was still
Mhm.
alive. Antipodes, I think I had one Antipode left alive.
Yeah.
And that was about it. Antipodes aren't worth much. Like the thing is that tax camo markers can be
Then
worth very little. They
yeah,
can be
that's
worth a
true.
lot. But they can also be worth
20
very little.
points. Yeah, 20 points for Australic is not enough to hold against like a Montesa. Okay. We'll move on to the next one. Can you bring up the what I'm just going to call the Canberra table? Jacob, if you know.
Quintessential
What the
Canberra.
water one?
No.
No, it's squares.
Yeah. No. Yeah, not that one. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Is that all you've got? Keep going. There
That
you
one.
go. That one. I think it's even with my stuff on it too. Yes, it was.
Yep, that's
So-
your stuff right there.
My first game was against Chris. It was my Rama versus his Druze, and yeah, this was going to be a fun game. I played Chris at like Nova Core 20, whatever it was, 19, and we had a really great close game. And this was going to be a really great game as well. So frontline, I was running the double Maggie list because I said I was gonna, even though I was like, fuck. He took Druze. His Druze list was roughly like it was a core link of Druze. It had the grenade launcher in it, as you'd imagine. It had the sniper rifle in it. He had a Wolfgang and a Harris with I think a digger and a brawler. He had
Almost
some.
see it all there.
He had some remotes. He had like a peacemaker. Oh, he had a couple of motorized bounty hunters, which was cool as
Yeah,
well,
on
which
there.
was nice. And then I think that was sort of it.
Was he
from
running the
memory.
trip hammer in that list?
No trip hammer. Oh, he had double Hunza cut as well, so you can see the two S2s on the screen there that are both his Hunza cuts. And
These two there?
yeah. So
sorry, no, these two here.
the two thingos, they're in there. So I can't remember who won. I went first. I think I chose to go first because again, Margarita, I'm like my butt's out in the wind here. I'm just gonna go for it. It's frontline. I'd rather go second, but when I'm playing this list, I'm just gonna go first and try my best. Oh wait, no. Sorry, did he go first? Shit, I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Does it matter?
What generally happens?
Oh no. Yeah, no. I'm just trying to remember. Did I go first? Oh no, I must have gone first because I put things in spec fire. So in suppressive fire. Sorry. So yes, sorry. I know Val, you're not part of this conversation, so you are you're bored. But feel free to
No,
check
I'm
it.
going to head to bed at 10 because I have an Arsenal versus Man City game at 4:30 to get up for. So
You can
just
feel free
conscious of
to
that.
feel free to check out at any time. So we are so basically the highlights of the game where obviously I had two Magribas. We were playing frontline, so I had this thing in my head where I need to keep these Magribas alive because they're a lot of my points because they need to be able to dominate zones at the end, but I have to be able to have a way in which to do some damage so that he's not able just to run me over with whatever he's got. So from memory, what happened was he got very lucky with he was playing pretty loose and fast because I think he was only playing for 1 day, so he was just happy to just like roll some dice and have some fun. He made a couple of mistakes where he moved out with his fire team. I could see his clear plan was to try and get inside 24 with try to get inside. Well, it actually didn't matter because he had an X-Visor on his grenade launcher. But anyway, trying to get closer to my Magariba so he could start spec firing his EM grenades on my Magariba. He moved out, forgot that my Magariba had a heavy rocket launcher, decided to dodge. He managed to dodge successfully, and then just started spec fire. No, actually, he didn't even spec fire. He directly face to face my Magariba with his burst 2 EM grenade launcher inside 32 but over 24, but as the X-Visor, so it's on 0 range bands. I just shoot him back, break suppressive fire, shoot him back. He crits me, and my Magriba immediately just goes immobilized and isolated on the first turn. And I'm like, oh no. He then tries to spend the rest of his turn to just shoot sniper rifles into my Maggie until it died. However, you might see in the picture here, there is this camo marker here, which was my Beast Hunter. My Beast Hunter did have eyes on this bridge that those who are watching will see, and it was able to dodge into basically. It was able to basically dodge or threaten with a Panzerfaust the sniper as he got closer to the Magriba, which then forced Chris to like kind of reevaluate his position. He tried to like shoot the Beast Hunter. That took up some orders, which thankfully kept my Magriba alive. I think it had lost 1 wound, maybe 2 wounds. It wasn't dead. So my term is basically to de-isolate, de-immobilize the Maggie, and then get it the hell out of the way so that it can continue living. In this picture, there will be if you can, in this picture, you'll see that there was a building. One of my Magribas was able to jump. Now, with the changes to how jump and climbing plus and all that works now, Magribas are just able to like just essentially vault onto buildings at their own will. Like it's fantastic. Like just go, I jump onto this building. I'm now on this building. Hello. And it was able to essentially just clear his entire Link team off this bridge because he had sort of not really realized how high I was, and how he wasn't quite in complete total cover. Basically, just strafed his entire Link team. At one point, he strafed his entire Link team, got rid of the entire Link team, which then freed up my other Magriba to get out of the way. The rest of the game was essentially move my other Maggie up the right flank that was duoed with the Rafik. The Rafik was able to censor the HVT, was able to forward observe the building for mapping. I was then able, I think, to get to maybe even paramedic the HVT as well for my 3rd classified. I can't remember what my 4th classified was, probably secure HVT. But by the end of the game, Chris had, I think, just his baggage bot left, and he was in retreat on turn 3. But it was a very, very close, like it was a very, very bum clenchy game at the start with the EM grenades and the way things worked out. But thankfully, I had some luck with the Beast Hunter that managed to just stifle him enough that it got me out of danger. And he then, once his sniper was down, once his EM grenade launcher was down, he just didn't really have an answer for the 2 Magribas. And Carmen and Batard managed to sort of clean up his more annoying bits, I guess. So I think it ended like 9-1 to me in the end, or 10-1. No, it's 10-1 to me in the end. That's what it was. But yeah, really, really, really fun game. Really, at several points in the game, I was like, Chris would move he would do something, and I would be like, just remember, my Magriba also has a heavy rocket launcher, and he was like, yeah, that's fine. I'll just do it. And I was like, okay, sure. Do you want to take that back first and just move the Link team a little bit further away before you go and activate the fire team? And he's like, no. I've only got so many orders. I'll just dodge, And then he fails to dodge, and his entirely, it's like his Harris just kind of blows up to a heavy rocket launcher, and I'm like, okay, right. This is this kind of game. But really good fun. Really good to play Chris again. So and it's on the quintessential Canberra table, which I have a lot of fun playing on. Okay. Well, we don't have Jacob's game because we've already discussed it with Ed. So on to round 2, which conveniently is Ed and I.
Oh. Get to play 2 of the Lost Lieutenant people.
Yeah, so happy with that. So, Jacob, what was that table we played on?
It was the green shipping one.
Sorry.
Oh yes, this one. So this is another Canberra local table from Aaron, is it?
Yes, Aaron.
Yes.
You can actually see me playing in this picture.
There we are.
You 2 again.
This is our game, yeah. Again, because I can see my little dice bag down there. So this was Sensor Field. Oh,
Yes.
I have a. We've already heard my opinions on Sensor Field, and they haven't changed.
And if nothing else, this game reinforced, if I recall correctly.
Absolutely, yeah. So this was a game that was funny because we had drawn up together. I was keen to run the Magariba, although Sensor Field was the one mission I was thinking about not running the Magariba list anyway because it was going to be difficult for me to have enough specialists to do it. And then we rocked up to this table, Ed, and you were pretty much like,
This is not a tag table.
Yeah.
Do not run Maggies on this table.
Do not run Maggies on this table. And yeah, that was the correct response because I think you said on your first game that just like the first table, this table, the buildings were just not high enough.
Yes, it's the same terrain, just painted differently, and these buildings are not high enough to conceal a Maggie, and they only kind of just conceal a Silhouette 7 tag.
Yeah. So I think
you won the lieutenant roll from memory.
I feel like, yeah, maybe I did because I chose first. Yeah, and then you had a bit of a deliberation over which side, and you chose the obviously better side for.
Yes,
you, I
because
guess.
It was the only side which had a piece of total cover to hide a cutter behind, because I was going to play the cutter list on this scenario.
That was right.
And in that case, it is a crane, another crane, at the very back of the table for where the picture is. And you can actually see the Silhouette 7 that's sort of lurking there, ready to deploy there.
That's right, yeah. And I've got my mouse hovering over it. But yeah, you're right, that was it. And I'm glad I didn't play my Maggie list in this one. So I went for the double duo list instead. I went first. I held back the duo as my two reserves. In hindsight, I probably think it wasn't the best idea because my Beast Hunter ended up in just a kind of dumb position that I didn't really know why he ended up there. For those of you watching along at home, he ended up on a high building on my left flank with the intention of being a pest with a Panzerfaust, but he should have probably been more of a warband that could, just die in service of, just try to kill some things. I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, so it was annoying being deployed on that little alcove there. However, if it was a warband and sort of ran around the corner to face my Peacemaker later on in the game, that would have quite drastically changed the game, because that's also where I hit a lot of sensors.
Yes, yeah, and I think in this game, from what I took away from this game, is I underestimated the importance of the Tech B.
Yep,
I just completely disregarded the Tech B as being anything worth my time, and it ended up pretty much like that. Like that took the game on at least on my left flank for you, because it placed like two sensors by itself and didn't really have any challenge.
Placing three, because it placed one in mine and then placed two in yours over two turns.
That's right.
Nice.
Yeah. And I made the other critical error of not reading the rules and forgetting there was a dead zone between the DZ and where the quadrants where you needed to start placing the sensors started, which was dumb.
So does that mean you deployed some in your dead zone?
Well, no, I deployed. So what I did is there's a series of crates in the middle of the table that create a V, and I deployed a duo in there with the intention of spending an order and just deploying them in a nuke, but deploying a sensor in a nuke there. But couldn't do that because that's a dead zone. So I would have had to have come around a corner to do it, which to be fair, it would only take me an extra order, but it would have put me in a position where I then would have needed to spend another order to return back to total cover, which is 2 orders, possibly 3, maybe even more if I don't pass a whip check, to do something that I kind of went out in my head to just spend one order doing. And because it was the Layla Rafik duo, the Rafik was going to use its TAC awareness orders just to do that, and it's like a free order. But I just had this mental block where I forgot there was a dead zone, and they kind of just they just didn't really do what they were supposed to do in the battle. But it was still a fun game. Actually, Ed, I'll let you talk. What are the sort of highlights for you?
So turn 1 is definitely a bit of a clencher for me, because I I had the option of deploying my cutter either behind the crane, where the little silhouette is at the moment, or sort of kind of behind. There's a pair of buildings connected by a bridge sort of to the right of where my hand is in this picture.
Mm.
And if I deployed in that location, there are positions where the Zayden missile launcher could engage that cutter from more than 32 inches away, which meant that was not a valid option for where the cutter goes. So the cutter had to go behind the crane. This was a problem because this was also the same side where Carmen and Batard and the duo of the Mukhtar and Namur deployed.
Mm.
And I spent a long time trying to figure out which one to strip orders from. I ended up stripping from the main group from memory.
You did, yeah, because Carmen was in group 2, so she had like 5 orders behind her, or 4 orders plus the Impetuous, and then there was 9 in group 1. Yeah.
So fortunately, Carmen failed one of the spoke rolls needed in order to make the smoke line up to the cutter. Because if she didn't, she would have had a turn of whacking at the cutter with her wrench and with Batard's hammer, and that would have been very bad. It would have been a suicide run to do so, but it still would have been very bad.
Absolutely, because there was this line in front of the ship where I needed to leave smoke to get into CC with the cutter that your Fusilier's missile launcher would have seen, I think it was.
Yeah, it was both the sniper and the missile launcher.
Oh, both of them, yes. So it was a suicide run, but like I said, I didn't have the orders to do it.
Yep.
You
did manage to reveal the cutter quite smartly by discovering and then chain rifling a helot. Which, whilst the cutter went, no, I'm not going to reveal because if I reveal, I'm going to get a hammer thrown in my face. The chain rifle, because it caused an armor save, still reveals the camo marker as a cutter.
Yes, that was me using. I think I used Batard in smoke to censor the helot, and I also censored the Zulu Cobra, but I wasn't quite within 8 to censor the cutter. And then I had to come out of. Then I came out of smoke with Carmen and Batard. Batard threw a hammer at the Zulu Cobra, and then
deleted it.
Which was amazing. I wasn't expecting that to hit. And then Carmen put 2 chain rifles on the helot, which revealed the cutter. And then I think they died or something probably.
Yeah, they died horribly from missile launcher at that point.
That's right.
But at that point, you hadn't spent any orders in your main combat group, which meant that the Mukhtar and the Namur could run up through all of that nicely placed smoke and just pick things off left, right, and center.
Unfortunately, that's not what happened.
Yes. Unfortunately, being a Red Fury, not particularly good against a tag.
Yes.
But what I was afraid of was the Namur actually doing the run, doing one move from the edge of the smoke into close combat with the cutter. It would have taken the 4 shots from 2 from the missile launcher, 2 from the multi-sniper. But with total immunity, there's actually a pretty decent chance of you surviving if you make your dodge.
Yes.
And then you have multiple orders with an EMCCW whacking at a cutter. And even if you only do one, I'm isolated and I'm in loss of lieutenant.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I know. And I was like, I think judging the smoke distance, or judging the distance I needed to clear to get into CC, I wasn't confident I would survive, with the Namur, because the Namur would have to break smoke and dodge, right? Yeah, she'd have to break smoke and dodge, cop the shots from the tag and your 2 aero pieces, survive, and then spend another order to get into CC with a cutter. And I just was like not confident I would survive that, even with total immunity and 2 wounds.
Yeah. I thought you could make that distance, so it's totally a judgment on what the distance was in that case. Instead, what happened was the Mukhtar deleted the helots and anything else that poked its head up, and then you ran away with those 2 models to hide sort of nooked in corners and on rooftops.
Yeah, I had to go at trying to shoot the Montesa, but when it's armor 7 in cover, it just kind of was like Red Fury, what? I don't give a shit. Like I'll just tank those armor saves and run away.
Yeah. Is the Namur mimetism?
No.
Nah. But does dodge on 15s or 16s from memory.
Dodges on 15s, and you'd be shooting me back on 18s with all of your Fusiliers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the does it get a plus to the dodge?
That
Yeah,
is
that's-
with
Yeah,
the
well,
dodge.
15,
That's
yeah.
with
Whole
the
face
dodge,
goes to
yeah.
15.
So yeah, no, I
No.
thought
So
about
I meant as in distance.
but the 3-inch dodge. But I basically I didn't take that option. I thought about it. Well, I didn't really think about it. It was more after the game. I thought about it. I was like, well, maybe I should have just done that because it's your LT. You've been lost a lieutenant. Even if I didn't, even if I just isolated and mobilized
Break
you,
you, yeah.
sure because your pal bot was right there, so you spend one order getting it back into the fight, but you would have spent that first turn and lost a lieutenant, which could have been important, I guess. So yeah. But essentially the problem I had with after that was then I couldn't really get enough orders to nuke those 2 units back into sort of somewhere safe. You spent your first turn killing the Mukhtar, and then the Namur was sort of stuck on a rooftop somewhere where it couldn't get back down because the Fusilier and everything was looking at it.
And you had no smoke left once Carmen was dead.
Exactly, no smoke left once Carmen was dead. And then it was kind of like a weird sort of standoff between my fire team on my side and your fire team on the other side. And it was a case of like whoever killed each other's fire team would dominate this left flank. Your cutter went on your cutter went on a mission to kill my Zeta missile launcher, which nearly didn't go your way, but
it was very close.
Yeah, I think it had one wound, like one structure left, and then you're like, "Fuck it," and I remember you were like, you're deliberating over it for a while, and then you're just kind of like, "Stuff it, let's just do it one more time," and that took
one
out
more
the
time
Zeta.
with one structure left.
Yeah,
Talbot too far away to repair unless I moved all the way back. Yeah,
yeah,
Risk it all.
And it paid off, and then at that point, then your tech B was then just allowed to just move up and then just place sensors wherever it needed to place them, and that was kind of it. Your Montesa had a good little run in the middle. I tried to hack it with my Tuareg that appeared from hidden deployment, but it just didn't quite pay off. And then I think
eventually hack it to pieces once you move the repeater all the way around there.
Oh my god, my that second turn was just spent like moving the Rafik into repeater range to then spotlight your bloody Montesa to then spend 4 orders to destroy it with a missile. It was not efficient at all.
No, it sounds awful.
It was bad.
Oh,
it was bad, but I was like, I don't know what else I'm going to use to take this thing out because the Namur could do it, but it had to get past the. It was one of those. It was just one of those things where, I also didn't really quite read the table properly. You had a really good position on your fire team as well, which kind of locked me down in some parts. And then going back to the reason why I didn't particularly like Sensor Field is just because you end up just kind of like nullifying using any of the rooftops. Because you can't place sensors up there, so why are you up there in the first place? The only reason why my Tuareg was up there in the first place was because it was the only safe place where if it revealed to do a hack on your cutter or whatever it was, it wouldn't immediately just get shot in your next order. But it was a fun game. I had a really good time, and I think that
this was probably my favorite game of the day. Event.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad I gave you at least a fun game. That ended like 7-2 or 8-9. I can't remember.
Well, you got best sports, Kev. So you gave a lot of people their best game from the sounds of it. So,
well, I mean, if they had
not
fun,
to my surprise, by the way, I was not surprised at all.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. But no, it was a very fun game. It was a very fun game, and great table too. Really, really nice table. All right. So normally we'd be talking about round 3, but at this point we actually all disappear for the day because there's only 2 rounds on day 1.
Does Jacob want to talk about his
Jacob's,
Oh shit! Sorry.
Jacob's round 2. Yeah.
Sorry, Jacob.
My bad. Alright, can I talk about it, Kev?
No, sorry. Because I remember you'd already talked about your game, and I forgot that we had fucking 2 games to talk about. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, that's alright. So I played on your table, Kev.
Yeah, my Necromunda table. Looks like somebody spilled a pot of paint on it.
Yeah. So this table, as far as like what TAC wants to deal with, is brilliant because it's dense. It's very easy to sort of pick. Like, I'm going to shoot this dude, shoot this dude, keep in cover while you move, all those sorts of things. So it was great. So in this particular mission, I actually did decide. And you can actually sort of see it on this picture here, on the side that's closest to us. That little grey crate as well as if you take a look on the far end, I'll see if I can zoom in and get it a bit clearer.
Mm-hmm.
Behind here, you can't quite see anything.
Oh,
So
on this side here, behind the
Yeah.
white tower. Yep.
Yeah, behind the white tower, you can't quite see anything. So I thought, okay, if I need to put down my Spetnaz, I can put him behind this box. Right, if like I need to delete something
yeah.
here, I can put him over on this particular side. On the other side, there's no such there's nothing touching the there's nothing touching there's nothing touching the side, so there's nowhere to drop them without them being seen
Yeah,
by something that might be sitting in the DZ.
And then for people who are watching along at home, the deployment zones are left to right on this picture, just so in case you're confused to which way you're going. Because actually, I looked at this picture first and I was like, oh, that's horrible. That's why they set the DZs up like that? And I'm like, oh no, I didn't. I set them up the other way, which is a bit better.
So I was playing another Victorian, Jordan, who I had played before and lost against his other list, but in sensibility he took his more infantry-based one, didn't have a Raicho. So I took my Kylie Hassified list, right? So I
Jake's
set
in the
up...
audience, by the way, so feel free.
Yeah. Oh, someone just left Discord. He doesn't want to hear it.
There you go.
Oh, here he is, Jordan. He's just joined, like the man,
joined.
man who shall not be named, but we will name him Jordan. Yep.
So Jordan deployed pretty defensively. Suryat, HMG, MSV1, looking down the lane closest on the right on his side, as well as a team of, I'm trying to remember this right, a Rendak, Kaitok, and Kurgat. So the paramedic with 1+1 burst, the engineer, as well as the one of the heavy infantry that's not the Suryat, was the Feuerback MSV1.
With MSV1, yep.
Yeah. So I did typical tack things, deployed camo tokens along the middle. I deployed my Ermendino. This is my sort of first mistake because I also forgot a rule, Kevin, which is you have to put the damn sensors on the bottom on the actual ground.
Yeah, that's a really important rule, dude. Real important.
Fucking forgot that.
And clearly Jordan did too.
No, Jordan was the one who reminded me because I went first in this one.
Ah, right. After you deployed, and then you're like, oh, sad face.
Yeah.
Well time, Jordan.
Would have changed. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Sure.
First turn, went first. Ermendino did Ermendino things. Luckily, I had enough orders and things went my way well enough. In fact, now I think about it, I went second. So take it back. Jordan moved up because of and sort of put down the census because of how dense this table was. I think he had a bit of trouble, mostly moving around the bigger link, and getting it sort of onto the ground. But he moved up his Harris, put down 2 sensors, moved up. He also had a the Gaki Harris with an Osnat. Moved that up to cover. There's a set of 2 stairs and sort of a corridor on the left-hand side. He went to block that up with a bunch of Gakis or Predators. I'm not quite sure which ones. I think it was just the ones that explode.
Gakis.
Yeah. And that was most of his turn. So he managed to get a sensor in my side, a sensor in his side. So we got that point. So come my turn, I concentrated pretty much almost entirely on the left-hand side. So my right-hand side, his left-hand, whatever, where all the action was, where he had done all of his stuff that turn. So I should say in his turn, my camo tokens did really well. He spent a lot of time discovering decoys, getting blown up by mines. But none of my actual real models were there. Oh, except for I think no, I don't think any of them were there. So that really slowed down him trying to get through these narrow corridors to like get into sort of like more of my army.
That's a good
And just
point. Yeah, because you have so many camo markers, you can't necessarily go around them on a table like this.
yeah,
Especially
I mean,
especially if he sort of needs to stay on ground level in order to place sensors, it becomes less appealing to go up high. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting thought actually how it changes how you move
what
around the
What
table.
I've found useful with the mines is to put it on edges of buildings so that it has like this
Yeah.
big arc that it
Oh,
can
right.
see.
Yeah, down as
Cool.
well across. Yeah.
But anyway, so that really slowed Jordan down. He ended his turn in a defensive position. Unfortunately, with his Kaitok, whichever one's a heavy infantry with the foyer back, that's not a
Kaitok, you're
That's
right.
the Kaitok. You're
Kaitok.
correct. Or it could be
Yeah.
it could be the Suryat. Who knows? I don't know what you're talking
No, it
about.
wasn't the
Kaitok.
Suryat. I made specific that it wasn't because that was the model he was using, but it was the Kaitok. Anyway, unfortunately, facing the wrong way. So as I mentioned before, I dropped in my Spetsnaz on that flank I just mentioned.
Such a hard on for
what-
the Spetsnaz, aren't you?
Well, it did really well in this game.
Yep.
It dropped down, looked at his Kaitok, burst 3, I think hit every single shot. Gone. Right, straight dead. Went
Whoa.
forward again. Right, went forward again, killed, I think they killed a Gaki. Tried to kill an Osnat, but she dropped, I think, a grenade at a smoke grenade at her feet. Didn't manage to do that. And then did one structure on the Rendak, the paramedic.
Okay.
After that, spent the rest of my turn with my my engineers just putting. I then went, and this was a feature of our game. Lots of destroying sensors in our game.
So you guys worth and try to deny each other.
So would you say that in this mission that destroying sensors is more worthwhile than placing them?
Yeah, because
You think that? Okay.
Well, because it's have more zones than your opponent. You can do a lot with just like one or two orders, placing two sensors and then destroying his. Right, and that means he has to spend his turn putting down two sensors and destroying yours. Right. Look, I'm not saying that's exactly like how to play sensor field. That's just the way our game went.
Okay.
So that was our first turn. Sort of.
Yeah. I just like let's not do blow by blow here. Let's just kind of get to the highlights of the things that happened in the game which were interesting.
Yeah. And then, so my turn comes. I've got Spetsnaz in his kind of in his deployment zone on suppressive fire. So he goes to try and get rid of it with his full, firstly with his Rendak, takes actually it wasn't on suppressive, but takes a grenade to the face, which is like a Fizz 15 grenade.
Wait a minute. How do you take a grenade to the face? What?
Spetsnaz have grenades.
Spetsnaz have grenades. The parachutists have grenades.
Right. Okay. But
So
why?
he's come back.
Why BS-50? Oh, because you ignore cover, of course, with grenades.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like,
grenades.
what? Right.
That's a pretty decent shot.
Yeah, it's actually pretty. Yeah, it's a good shot.
Well, because throwing grenades is just a BS that uses your Fizz.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's fair enough.
So Jordan had a lot of trouble getting rid of this guy. He was rolling really well.
Well, because the Rendak also has dodge -3, so you're actually on a 12 if he dodges.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, it's better for a shot. And then
No.
Eventually,
if he dodges, you're at -3.
Yeah,
that's how the Rendak works. If you shoot him and the Rendak dodges, you're at a -3.
Yeah, it's the same as Pandora, who's -6.
Yes.
Yeah. So he so he just had this is where I was saying that he's had a lot of trouble moving that 5-man fire team because he had to move. He moved essentially. I did a wound to his Rendak. He needed that engineer to keep putting down sensors. He needed just the specialist, the paramedic.
Paramedic, yes.
So he moves his team over. A couple more orders. The Spetsnaz really doesn't want to die, so he's succeeding at a couple more throws. Eventually goes down, but it drains most of his orders. manages to get enough tokens. I think he manages to get maybe one more token down on his side and destroy mine. But that just leaves to me second turn because he's got his fire team now on the opposite side where it started. I just moved out my fire team with the Vet Kazakh and Fontovic in it. Right, put down 2 sensors, one on my side, one on his. Move the fire team back into a good spot, and the other side, Carmen goes out, punches the Osnat. Right, stays there to be another bit of distraction. Last turn, he manages to get a bunch of sensors down. Doesn't really manage to kill much other than Carmen. But on my turn, I got to see the glory of the deactivator.
Right.
So I had to run my dozer all the way across the table because I had to get rid of one of his sensors. I had to get rid of one of his sensors because that was the only way I was going to get like more sensors in zones.
Yeah, because I think to bear in mind in this mission, which is very important, and also I think I forget, is like you can place as many sensors as you want in your own zone. Your opponent just has to place more in
More
zones.
in
It has to have sensors in more zones.
More
than
zones,
you.
yeah. So like I can place 5 in one zone, but you just have to place 1 in that zone, but then have more in other zones. Which it's just like place 2, but I don't care. I'll just place 1 and then place 1 in a zone you don't have, and then I win.
Yeah. So I ran them across and then get up to the sensor, and I go to John and go, okay, I'm gonna look at like what the fuck the deactivator is. Looked at it, didn't know it was +6 to whip within 8 to just turn off the sensors, which throughout our entire game always took 2 orders to get rid of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every single time shot a sensor, it always passed like enough armor saves to be on one structure. So
ordinarily that plus range band does matter because if you're in plus range band of a mine, you're getting eaten by the mine.
Yes. Yeah. Usually it doesn't matter.
But even then, outside of it, it's still +3.
+3, yeah. And because it ignores mimetism, like any mimetism and cover mods, not that the sensors in this mission get cover mods, it just makes it an absolute cinch to get rid of. As long as you don't roll a 20 or whatever on your whip check.
Yeah. So anyway, went up, turned off the sensor, placed my sensor, and then at that point, like there was nothing left to do in the game. There was no way I was getting the point for having, because I didn't get a sensor in one of his sides, and he didn't get one on one of my sides, and there was just no way that was going to happen with the orders I had left. So it ended up being a 7-5 win to me.
Close game, yeah.
Really good game. Like I said,
yes, Jacob,
Jordan, I think Jordan reflected on it afterwards. Is that it's just gonna have more experience because in moving like the big fire team. The other thing I'll say on your particular table, Kev, and tables like that, you can sort of see it in the Canberra table as well. Those like little boxes that are lifted platforms. I do think there should be for sensor field. Those should count as the ground.
It depends.
Only like the first level, and I'm more thinking about ones where they've got tables where they've got like the Canberra table where the boxes are really long, like they take up a third of the table or so.
What do you think, Ed?
Typically, for those scenarios which require ground level, we do play the first level as ground level on the Canberra table. But that is just a conversation that happens between opponents. You just make an agreement and say, yes, we count this as also the ground level.
Because I know on similar tables where if those blocks go all the way to the edge, then we also count that as ground level for walking AD on, just because it gives you the ability to actually place an AD trooper somewhere.
Yeah, and I think... Yeah, because in this, especially with this particular table with that big feature in the middle, there's not a lot of real estate for those sensors.
Yep, no, that's fair, and it's a criticism and a compliment of that mission. It's just one of those things. It's very table dependent on how easy or difficult it is to place sensors, and I can definitely see you don't have many places to place a sensor on that table in particular.
Yeah. But it was a really good game, and to be honest, I'm probably going to say probably one of my favorite games of the entire tournament.
Oh,
okay.
Jacob, you ruined it. You really did ruin it.
Ruined it.
Really ruined
I
it.
want to say something else on this mission as well about deactivators. Is I think I messaged Rob, who made the mission, on Discord before the event, going, "Hey Rob, did you know that the deactivators can be used
Or a
against
thing?
the sensors?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course they can." I'm like, "Can you make that explicit in the rules, because no one knows what a deactivator is?" Like they're all like, "What? What's a deactivator?" Like, it's like it's because it's such an underused piece of
Yeah,
kit that
nobody uses it.
unless it's written there explicitly, people will not think to use it. So to
Could
be fair to
you-
Rob, he did add it into the mission. He was like, they can be whatever back to the activator, just to make it in case someone was like, oh wow, I can do that with my engineer. Woohoo! It's
Could the deactivator shut down the defensive turret?
Don't think so.
Ooh.
I hardly had any experience. I know it shuts down equipment like repeaters and stuff, but at the moment, what it really exists in the game that's like that's what, a repeater and the mines.
No, repeater mines,
Crazy
the
koalas, any
ALEF
deployables.
thing, ALEF things and combined army things.
Does it still
But
work
what?
against? I
What?
don't know if it works
Are you-
against
wait,
networks anymore.
No, it doesn't, because they're not equipment.
They don't
they're
work
troopers.
against. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, they're troopers now.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
Yeah,
troopers
they
now.
used
Although
to.
that would be hilarious.
The old deactivator was a
Minesweeper.
minesweeper.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was end of day one.
End of day one, because we only played 2 rounds in day one, because we started at like midday, because we had people coming from Sydney, 2 people specifically. So we needed to make sure that people could get, which I was really, really happy about, because it meant that we could have a big night on Friday and then get up and make breakfast and casually just get to the event and set up the tables and not have to like be up at the crack of dawn, which was nice. Saturday night, most of us went to the pub, had a really good dinner, had a really good catch up with everybody there. We were, and actually, shout out to Rob. Was it Rob Cantrell or Rob Wright who organised this? I can't remember.
I think Wright did on Cantrell's behalf.
Yes, that's right. Yes, organised dinner like literally a stone's throw away from our apartment that we were staying at. The Victorians were staying at, so we just like casually sauntered over there, a little bit late, fashionably late, I like to say. Had some beers, had some parmas, and then had a few drams. Val, you were sorely missed because we were hoping to go to a nightclub, but you weren't there. So. We ended up going back to the apartment with a couple with the guys from Sydney.
Yeah.
And had a few more drinks there, and basically got into tier list talk for about 5 hours.
Yeah.
And it was
That's a dangerous topic.
It was rough. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man, that would have been so much fun.
I'm just gonna say now, Zephyr can talk a lot about tier list stuff.
Absolutely. Zephyr's a brain. He's just like a walking brain.
At some point, I was just like, I'm out, guys. I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed.
So many tier lists.
So anyway, that was day one. Day 2 now. So we're going into round.
I'm gonna have to jump out because I have to be up at 4:30 to watch Arsenal lose the title to Man City.
Okay.
So good night.
Well, you'll have to listen back on me getting vengeance for you against.
Absolutely. No, I've heard and I've already teased Ivory, but I will definitely listen in and I want to hear exactly what you did to him. So good night, guys. All the best.
Good night, Val.
Thanks for coming on, Ed. All right, bye.
Good night.
Okay, so we're into round 3, which was
highly classified.
It's highly classified, so basically it's highly classified where you choose your own classifieds, essentially, right?
So so what the order of like the game is slightly changed up, where you do your lieutenant roles and you pick your list before, and like you do all that decision before you actually draw the actual classifieds themselves.
Yep.
So the idea is you can make a list planned around at least 2 classifieds.
Yep.
So if you don't mind, I'll cover mine. You guys can go over yours.
Oh yeah, sure. Because I guess hang on, who played who? Oh no,
I,
we didn't. We
I
didn't play each other.
no, we didn't.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
none of us three played each other, so we're just
Yes.
3 games.
All right.
So-
Okay. Cool. Jacob, you go for
I
it, mate.
played back on the green Ariadne table,
Mm-hmm.
and that was where I will remain for the rest of the day.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And I played Ryan, who was
Kurt.
the only other Ariadne player there. I had
Yep.
planned the entire, my entire plan was specifically to make a list to deal with any other faction, just essentially any faction that would reasonably be expected to take a hacker. Because I expected as soon as somebody I said, "Hey, I'm playing TAC," they go, "Okay, well, get the fucking hacking cards out, bam, bam. You're gonna have a hard time doing those." And then I ended up playing an Ariadne player. And the entire night, I was like, what the fuck am I going to do now? Well, it turns out I was the guy who heard him say, I'm going to play Ariadne, and went, fuck it. Hacking objective. I hope you brought a war driver. So I put
do it, yeah.
down... So my plan initially was to take HVT, identity check, and potentially something like capture or predator was probably the one that I was going to look at taking.
Actually,
Hopefully I wasn't.
Actually, before we get into your game, I just want to just for our listeners out there, because I would like to get all of our thoughts on this mission and how you pick the classifieds, because
Okay.
because I feel like a lot of people went for HVT classifieds. Ed or Jacob, do you agree with that? Or
I didn't really have a plan for my classifieds because I just took a general highly classified list rather than a highly hassified list, and I'm going to butcher that pronunciation every time.
yeah,
I sort of went to it knowing that I want to have one of my objectives be the doctor paramedic one, experimental drug, because one, no one expects Pano to pick that one.
absolutely. Yeah,
why would Pano pick that one?
Yep.
But I knew that I had two paramedics and I had lots of things that I could paramedic, be it Fusiliers that happen to survive or Helots because they're shock immune. And then the second one would sort of depend on what the opponent was. I ended up picking in my game Test Run, knowing that my opponent, Zephyr, could do Test Run, but my plan was to kill all of his things to dead. And that is one way to stop the opponent getting Test Run. And as I had a tag in my list as well, it's likely that I'd be able to do Test Run because it's difficult to kill a tag all the way to dead in one turn.
Yeah, right. And then I guess Jacob, you chose yours based on because you're like almost like a double bluff because you were Ariadne. People wouldn't expect you to pick hacking, and then you pick hacking just to kind of throw them off course.
Well, no, see, my original plan wasn't to take any of the hacking ones. I took the war driver because I thought other people would.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. The other way around. Yes.
My plan was to take ID HVT ID check because especially TAC has really good access to
Sensor.
Sensor, but like forward deploying camo sensor.
Yep.
And then depending on my opponent, if they're not very good in close combat, Predator. And then outside of Predator, it was kind of going to rely on the Spetsnaz parachutist. One of the ones that he could do, it wasn't going to be net undermining. It was potentially going to be like capture or something like that.
It's funny that because it's one of those missions where, because it is you choose your classifieds. I stayed clear of classifieds that I knew that both of us could do easily. So things like sabotage, I stayed clear of. Net undermine, I stayed clear of. Some of the hacking ones I stayed clear of because you can just sort of do them incidentally. You know, like, oh, I've got a veteran across the halfway line, whip check. It's like you almost. I went out with the goal of trying to make it hard for my opponent and easy for me. Which then it does kind of funnel you into a certain way. But the other thing was that if depending on whether I was going first or second would also affect if I was going to do HVT classifieds, because if you're going first and you choose 2 HVT classifieds, then you're really reliant on where your opponent puts the HVT. providing your opponent thinks about that as well. Because I don't know about you guys, but whenever I place an HVT, sometimes like unless it matters, I'm like, there. Whoa, you didn't quite press that mute button fast enough there, Jacob, did you?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
I don't know about you guys, but sometimes my HVT will just be like, he'll go there. Like,
yeah, especially in this one, yeah, HVT placement can be kind of important.
It's really important to put the HVT down. Yeah, and sometimes I felt like I was in my we'll get to it in my game, but like I felt like I was very much trying to figure out where they might put theirs, and almost putting my HVT in a position because sometimes it's almost like it's funny, like your opponent will put their HVT in the opposite corner of where you put yours. I don't know if that's common. I don't know what the stats are on that, but sometimes it'll often be like, I'll put mine here. Okay, mine's over here. Or it'll be in the same.
Well, with a fair number of HVT parties in my game where they're next to each other.
I mean,
yeah,
I've seen it before. I don't really aim to get like my HVT far away. I think sometimes it's more that like if my HVT is there and my HVT is important, it's going to be something that I'm going to try and defend. Right. So I don't want, and then that means there's going to be things over there. I don't want those things near my HVT where it can do objective things. So I'm going to put it all the way across.
Anyway, sorry, that was just something I wanted to. Yeah, it was just something I wanted to touch on before you got into your game, just to get an idea of. Our thoughts on it.
No, I'd be really interesting to know the set of classifiers you guys had to end up doing. So yeah, I put down. He said he was going to go Ariadna. I knew that I had some hacking capability, so I literally put down HVT espionage, which is a hacker only one. Whip check at -3, and then I thought I may as well not completely new to myself by taking the other hacking one. I thought I've planned to take sensor. My list is sort of built around having good sensor. I'm going to put down identity check. My opponent put down net undermining and sabotage.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, see, like that's what we're talking about. Like that's me. That's like I'm like yes, right?
Yeah, they're relatively easy to do for many factions, particularly attack.
Well, that's true. But like now that I know his list, I think the reason that Ryan did that is because there's I'll get into it in 1 second. There's one particular model that's very good at doing both of those things.
Yeah, it's the Spetsnaz AD. Yes, we know that you've got a hard on for the Spetsnaz AD, Jacob. You can drop it. It's fine.
So I pick first turn. He takes 2 orders by bigger pool. Given the objectives, the very first thing so the big important thing is when I was setting up, was trying to figure out what I was going to hold back. I decided that I could put Carmen, whose Batard has a sensor, as well as the K9 unit, just opposite ends of the board, so that at the very least I've covered both sides of the board with a potential sensor. And I decided, okay, instead of holding back my Spetsnaz, which is like the sniper, I think was in that list, that I normally do, I'm going to hold back the War Core. Sorry, not the War Core, the War Driver. Because the idea was I just wanted to get that one objective that I was pretty sure he could not do, done and dusted, so that I could spend the rest of the game like finishing the rest of the objectives if I had to do them slowly. So, first turn, dropped in Spetsnaz right next to the building that I picked, planted a D-charge, got that objective. This is all done as coordinated orders with the War Driver, just for order efficiency. So did a whip check, failed. Did the next whip check, succeeded. Got net undermining.
Sorry, hang on. Sorry. Back up. Coordinated orders with the War Driver.
Just for the movement. Just for the movement.
Yeah, so move, place D-charge, move, fail net undermine, move, succeed net undermine, and then I'm going to guess the War Driver goes next.
Yes.
Right, okay.
That was all it's for, just for order efficiency. Go up, War Driver, right, because of course, like, I want to, if she's going to fail, I want at least enough orders to get her to finish it. The one thing I did get very lucky in this game is that I never failed any of the whip checks other than on the Spetsnaz. She passes her neg-3 whip roll on the HVT. I get that one. And then my antipote does the sensor identity check. Because I'm not quite like he did put his HVT pretty much right up against where my antipote was. So if you take a look at the picture you got there, see that tower on the right hand side? Sorry, on
the left. You mean the left?
On the left hand side.
Yep, right here. Yep.
Yep. In that very like little corner against the table edge, that's where he put his HVT, and I could put my antipode pretty much directly across from that building. That building's less than 8 inches.
Oh,
across,
I see. So you just then censor it. Yeah.
Yeah. So first turn, I had completed every single one of the primary objectives, including one that he could not complete.
Yeah. Okay.
And at that point, well, like we took a look afterwards, there was the best Ryan could hope for is to stop me from completing my my secondary, and even then, I think the best he could hope for was a draw. It was like it would be like a 7-all draw or something like that. And that was
hidden classified.
I got really lucky with my hidden classified. It was Predator.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, but even more lucky. So, no, end of my turn. Nothing really happened much after that because I had obviously spent all my orders doing classifieds. He drops in his Spetsnaz behind my Spetsnaz. Now, admittedly, I think we did discuss he was more going for the meme of it. But I got really freaking lucky. I passed the dodge roll to face him when he came in.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant I was facing the Spetsnaz and I was facing the I was still covering what I wanted to, which was the path that the Bearpode could come through. But because of the distance, it meant that if he did too much with his Spetsnaz, I just get close enough to like do melee stuff. Ends up he comes at me with his Spetsnaz. We do just a dice off because they're both Spetsnazes, so they both have the exact same dice. He rolls an 8, I roll an 18 and smack him with a crit D-charge.
That happened, yep.
With the 1 D-charge, one of the 2 D-charges I have left. Which obviously goes towards my Predator.
Mm-hmm.
Runs up his bear, berserks. I managed to do a wound on the bear. However, he obviously kills my Spetsnaz. Because he berserked, there's no reason for me not to at least try and do a wound. Bear runs down. I pass a lot of dodges. I managed to get enough wounds that he goes dogged and dies.
Does doing a wound also count the Predator trigger?
No, I think you have to kill something.
That doesn't matter. It makes no difference. I could have grabbed something later in the game anyway. Okay.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Sure. If it's doing wounds, awesome.
Yeah.
And at that point, I just had really hot dice. Like I would always, I kept succeeding at dodges. I don't think I really killed anything in ARO, but I succeeded at a lot of dodges. Like he just had to pay for every single thing that he was killing. It was always a trade, and often a trade in my favor.
So how did that end in the end?
That was a 10-1 win.
Mm-hmm.
Because he managed to get sensor, and I think he managed to get the D-charge thing off. So yeah, it was a really good game with Ryan. I was really glad that I got to see my plan like come to fruition. Like that everything lined up so well. It was just unfortunate in his turn. Things just went my way and not his.
Okay. All right. Ed, do you want to go with your round 3?
Yep. The aquatic table, please. As he sneezes.
Yeah, he's got silence. A bit of a... Thankfully, silence this time.
Yep, there it is. All right. So I'm playing Varuna. It's an aquatic table. I'm obviously not going to...
That would have been good.
I'm not going to say to my opponent that we're playing it as an aquatic table. So we play the blue stuff as just open terrain.
Okay, yeah. So for our people who are not watching but listening, this is what would you call this table? Like,
It's a Varuna table. It's built
yeah.
as a Varuna table.
Okay.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of aquatic terrain, lots of watery areas. There's some foliage as well, and some pretty square buildings.
If for anyone listening, if you just imagine it's a bunch of little islands with buildings on them connected by bridges, and the map just happens to be a water-looking map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, isn't the map? Sorry, not the map. The mat that's put down is just
Yeah.
water-looking.
This has gone
Yep.
through a few iterations as well. I think I played on an earlier, or I saw an earlier version of this table before it got these Brutal Cities Fade Light terrain, which, by the way, excellent terrain pieces. Really nice shapes, nice rectangles and squares, and the walkways as well being some of them being wide enough to fit. I think is that a tag can fit across there, or just 40 mm bases? I'm not quite sure, but.
The peacemakers and tags can go over the wider bridges, but not the narrow bridges.
Yeah, cool. So that at least that gives you some accessibility for bigger models. So yeah, it looks like a really, really fun table. If you've got the right tools, I guess.
The unfortunate thing with this table is, whilst it looks really good and really playable from the angle the picture is, it's sort of a 45-degree. Once you're looking down at the table level, the line of sight lines are very porous, because you can just draw a line of sight underneath all of these bridges, so you can go from one deployment zone to the other very easily.
It does. Like I'm looking. I remember actually looking at this table and looking down some of the bridges and like there's just a straight line into someone's deployment zone here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, me playing Pano, this is amazing for a Pano player, so long as you have the biggest gun. All right, super quickly. So I was playing against Zephyr, who was running Whiteco. He's more commonly known for being a Pano player, so he probably knew my army better than I did. But this was very much a case of showcasing what the Squallow was in the Squallow list for, because being highly classified, I ran the Squallow list. The two, as I said earlier, the two classifieds I picked were Test Run and Experimental Drug, and Zephyr picked Sensor the HVT and Predator. And my hidden one was Whip +3 to pull out the brain.
Extremist recovery.
Extremist, yes.
Sorry, what were the two that you picked again?
I picked Experimental Drug, fully expecting that I'd have at least a Hellet alive after taking some hits to paramedic, or my missile launcher if it didn't pass 1,000,000,001 armor saves. And Test Run, because I had a tag that was likely going to take some damage sometime.
Fair enough.
I also had the options of picking hacking ones, but going into Whiteco, they generally have hacking superiority against the Pano force if they're running a Danavis. And there was a Danavis in Zephyr's list. So the main problems I had to deal with early was that there was a Peacemaker reserve drop directly opposite the Squallow, so it couldn't just walk forward up and start applying murder to things. So I applied the Nomad plan into the Peacemaker, where I walked forward, so my takeaway was to walk forward and then spec fired it twice in order to get it unconscious.
Oh, wow. Yep, there you go.
Yep.
That works.
Yep, so just hard roll that 9, go ahead. That opened up a line for the Squallow to walk down. From the picture's perspective, it's the far edge of the table. It sort of went up down that far edge of the table. The next thing it saw was a standing. Who's the owner of White Company?
John Hawkwood.
John Hawkwood.
Yep. So could see standing John Hawkwood. Did 3 hits and a crit and completely deleted him.
Why did he have? Why? Why
isn't
was he?
Isn't he armed with just a marksman rifle?
That one was it was either a Red Fury or a K1 marksman.
Yeah, but did he mean to stand him up, or was it the porousness of the table that allowed you to get a line?
I think he was meant to be stood up on that line because it was within the good range for Hawkwood.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fully expecting to just take one because he's got mimetism, he's got decent range, and then go down once he takes it. But sadly got deleted in the first face-to-face roll. Then I had a choice. It was about 3 orders to move back to safety, and I had 5 orders left in that combat group at this point. So the choice was, do I try and take another face-to-face against the next thing would have been Liang Kai, who dodges really well, and I really don't want to have dodge into melee with my Squallow, or lob a few more grenades. I ended up choosing Lob a Few Grenades, and this is where I got Vengeance for Val, because the target I picked was his obvious lieutenant and the friend bot for his engineer that was in the area. So lobbed the first grenade, missed, lobbed the second grenade, got the hit, the Fusilier failed the dodge, and damage 15 got through the Fusilier and killed the friend bot as well.
Oh no!
That's the one good thing about those long range
And I'm assuming,
Specfire grenades, because you because most of the time what you shoot them at that doesn't dodge any better than what you're firing at.
So now knowing that I definitely killed his lieutenant because that was the only viable option, and he's definitely killed his possible chain of command in Hawkwood.
Hawkwood, yeah.
He was definitely going to be lost lieutenant, so at that stage I pulled my tag back to relative safety away from Liang Kai because he had enough command tokens to make Liang Kai be angry and run straight at the tag, and then use my secondary combat group just to move Helots into more annoying positions. So whilst I didn't do any classifieds in that first turn, I did put serious damage into my opponent.
Absolutely.
In response, Zephyr managed to get some face-to-faces with his Kahu. Unfortunately, taking face-to-faces against Helots is a bit of a dicey proposition, and the Helots ended up winning the day in that one. So showcasing Helots are super amazing.
Yeah, right.
Well, do you know what Kahu was?
It was the Fweback one, the really
Which
good one.
other one would it be, Jacob? Jeez, come on. You play this game as much as I do. It wasn't going to be the paramedic one, was it?
I've only fought like one Kahu.
Well, there's only one car who you need to know, which is the one with plus one
right.
burst fire back.
That was in a Harris link as well.
Yeah, so burst 4 fire back.
Yeah.
BS13.
It split burst into the missile launcher Fusilier and the Helot, but the Helot won the day and the missile launcher survived, I think, another face-to-face.
Of course it survived.
The Kahu didn't go to dead, though, so it ended up being paramedic later in the game. Not much happened during that turn 1 because obviously left lieutenant. My turn 2, I focused on doing classifieds this time, so I paramedicked one of the Helots that went down. Didn't get to do test run, but did get my Knight of Montesa to go in extremis recovery and start the Predator run, and then fall back again. Zephyr then got his paramedics up and went and tapped the shoulder, or tried to engineer his TR bot, which I'd killed through my tag. Unfortunately, fluffed the roll, I think, or no, didn't quite get into range, so I had to do the Gizmo Kit shot rather than the engineer roll, and unfortunately killed his own TR bot.
No.
Yeah.
Then my turn 3 was just doing the last classifieds I could, trying to contest such that Zephyr couldn't do as many classifieds, finishing off Predator. So I ended up completing all of the classifieds except for test run because nothing of the structure had got wounded.
Oh no, that was the one you were just like, yeah, I'll be in for a cinch.
That'll be an easy one.
Yeah, right.
Something will get wounded sometime, and then
that's always the risk with those ones, is that you kick the shit out of your opponent and you never take a wound, and they do their classifieds. You're sitting there going, "Oh, I can't do test run or thing because I don't get hurt."
Yeah. So
Zephyr made a right crack at it on their last turn. Managed to get the Forward Observer bot to censor my HVT, but Engineer was locked out of action by that point, so couldn't get test run on the numerous remotes that were unconscious by that point. And I think I managed to kill his paramedic by that point as well.
Yeah, right. Do you remember? So Zephyr was running. Did he have a core, or was he running couple of Harris teams? What was his sort of main punch?
They were running a pair of 3-person links. So it was Hawkwood, Liang Kai, and a paramedic, I want to say Fusilier. And then the other was a Kahu, a Kaplan, and Beast Hunter FTO.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then just like a smattering of then Guilangs and Peacemakers.
No Guilangs. It was just a Peacemaker, a Danavis, a single Fusilier, a TR bot, and I think at that point it's just a Forward Observer bot and a Flashy Boy.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, the TR bot seems like quite an important addition to that list, given the lack of otherwise aero presence. But yeah.
Yes. Without the TR bot, it would have been a case of the Nino Montesa just running straight for his deployment zone. But with the TR bot there, I ended up going with the Spec 5 plan.
Yeah, yeah. Zephyr.
Also, that TR bot held back my Forward Observer bot from being able to do anything until it was dead.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, and yeah, like Helots just seem to. I remember at the beginning of N4, people were like, "Why bother taking Helots? Because you've got a 15, you've got 15 combat slots. Like they don't do anything in the active turn, so those irregular orders are kind of wasted unless you want to spend command tokens on them. They're not really worth their points. But I think maybe in Varuna, they do make they are worth their points.
Yeah, in Varuna and in Spiral Core, they are absolutely worth their points. It's absolutely worth taking 2 of each in both Spiral and Varuna. Can't speak to Vanilla, but they're
Vanilla,
even
yeah.
in Vanilla, so it's generally worth taking one
True.
anyway.
Yeah, true.
I think it's the thing I mentioned it with a couple of things. I think it's just the consequences of failing against them can be pretty rough sometimes, even if it is just it's a 9-point model that took, let's say you take 2 orders. 2 orders is probably worth 9 points
Yes.
at that point.
Yes, absolutely. No, they are. They are.
Yep, because it's generally a case of move to get close to line of sight, then move to get into line of sight, and then it's discover shoot. And hope you first face-to-face roll. Maybe you do, maybe you don't.
Or you do my favorite thing when they move, and then you do nothing, and they go to discover, and you're just like, well, I'm just not going to do anything, and you're going to waste your order.
Yeah, generally that is a mistake. It is you have to discover shoot them.
Yeah. All right. Okay. My round 3 it was on the red and black table, which is Scott's table, I believe. He's another local to
That
Canberra.
sounds correct.
Yeah. Jacob, do the honors, please.
Oh, sorry, got distracted looking at Caplands. Which one?
Nope, the red table. Yep. Nope, the red table.
Red table. There we go.
There we go. Okay. So first thing I want to say
There's a
about
beetle.
That's
Yes,
you
hello.
again. You're in every one of these bloody pictures.
Well, because I think I took them.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, that's why, because I took the pictures. So first thing I want to say about this game, this was against Aaron. He was running Nomads. I took the double Maggie list because I was like, stuff it. And as we said at the top of this podcast, the list can actually do Sally Hassified pretty well.
I just want to point out very quickly.
Oh yeah.
Little
Yeah,
Maggie.
The old Maggie, which actually was more of a pain in the ass than I remember because it's so much smaller than actual S8. There were so many times where I was like, oh wait, I can see over this building. I just need to use the silhouette. So yeah, the old model looks nice, but it's so much smaller than the actual S8 silhouette.
Maybe it needs to rise to expectations and get a lift.
I think I need to put it on like a tactical rock,
like
a really big tactical boulder, just to make it a bit bigger. So I want to just mention this table really quickly. This was probably my favorite table of the weekend, and for those of you who were listening along, it's what I don't remember the manufacturer of this table. It kind of reminds me of Knights of Dice. I don't know if you know, Ed, yourself.
Nah, I don't
know. It's
these ones.
fairly generic, like rectangles, squares, and like corner pieces of buildings with the usual walkways and ladders and crates and stuff like that. But it was really well designed to the point that I think it was just the most fun interactive game I've had in a while. But it was also one of those games where it was very clear where the lines of fire were. It was very clear how you would move up the table. It was very clear how you would interact with the table. So from my point of view, it was just great. And not to mention, it also looks beautiful as well. So props to Scott for building it and painting it. It was a fantastic table to play on. Definitely what every table should be aiming for, because yeah, I had such a good time on this table. As for the game itself, it was also a really, really tight game. Like I said, I was playing Nomads. The cards we got, actually, can you zoom in on the cards there on the screen, because I forgot which cards we got. So yes, that's what it was. So I took the HVT sensor one, and I took the HVT inoculation. And then he took the designation one, which was the hacker.
That's it. That's in extremis cover. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he took an extremis recovery was the fourth one. So we had the designation, in extremis recovery, sensor, and inoculation. So
Is
you
that? Are you sure that's not kidnapping?
No,
Oh,
trust
no.
me. I
No, you're
remember.
right. It is designation.
I
Yeah,
played
no,
the
it is
game.
designation.
If you zoom back out again. Okay. And then for my private one, I got Sabotage, which I was quite happy with, and I can't remember what Aaron got. It may have been Mapping. I think it was. It was some really difficult one to do. So he was playing Nomads, so it's quite a fun little, like, there was a little bit of counterplay there because he was playing Nomads, so I definitely did not want to play any hacking classifieds because Nomads. I knew I could get the HVT inoculation one because I had 2 paramedics on the table inside the Magriba guards, and obviously I had 2 sensors, so that's why I went for the biometric visor one, or the sensor one. But I did forget that, of course, Nomads have Pywell, who is a really good trooper for this mission, who just does
do everything.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And in hindsight, I was like, oh shit, of course you can take Pywell. Maybe I should have taken the sensor one. But this was a game. This was an absolute game. So I think I chose to go first. I'm pretty sure I chose to go first. Again, I was running double Magriba. The table was, all the buildings were tall enough to hide a Magriba, so that was perfect. So it didn't really matter which side of the table I chose. So I was happy just to go first and try to start accomplishing objectives. He had put a Moran on. He had taken the 2 requisite Morans, as you'd expect. He put 1 on my right flank, 1 in the center, and I had planned to move up my right flank because that was where his HVT was, and that's where I planned to do my sensor and my inoculation. So my first point of call was to try to get rid of his Moran that was on a rooftop. And this is where I applied the grenade launcher Magriba. So the grenade launcher Magriba was luckily on my right flank, and I moved up, made sure I was within 24, spent an order. I needed an 8 to land the grenade launcher. I missed the first one. Second one, I rolled a 7. He failed his dodge, or he rolled under the 7, and then failed his armor save, which not only knocked the Moran unconscious, but also took out his crazy koala. Perfect. That allowed me then to move the Magriba up the table a bit further, and allowed me to move my Beast Hunter up the table to start attacking his stuff. He had Robin Hook, which was the first time I'd encountered Robin Hook, which was actually quite a it was a bit of a challenge actually, because he had on that same flank he had the Moran, but then just like 8 inches behind the Moran he had Robin Hook. So I also had to then take care of Robin Hook, which ended up being not as difficult as I was hoping, as I thought it was going to be, but that was mostly due to dice. Beast Hunter had a go at it. We basically managed to kill each other through like series of face-to-face rolls, and eventually a heavy flamethrower took her down to unconscious, unconscious, even with the total immunity. So that was good. I was able to do I think a couple of my classifieds in the first turn. He wasn't able to do any classifieds on his first turn. But it basically all came down to, I think, turn 3. I had like 3 of the classifieds. The only classified I couldn't do was the HVT designation one, because I only had my Rafik, which is the only forward observer in my army, and it was way too far away. It was basically, my Rafik was down here on my left flank, and his HVT was all the way over on his right flank. So there was just no
That's
way.
Rafik right there, isn't it?
Yeah, the Rafik's down there, and then the HVT was all the way on the other side of the table. So there was just no real way I was going to be able to do that. So I had to do all the other classifieds except that one. So basically the highlights, or the other highlights of the game, other than getting the grenade launcher on the Moran, was we had. Oh, I managed to use Deactivator. That was one of the highlights. He had a, what's he called, the Interventor. He had an Interventor killer hacker with a fast panda, and he moved it forward, placed a fast panda with the intention of possessing or isolating one of my Magribas. I can't remember if he did it or he failed, but either way, he managed to brain blast Layla, and then I had to deal with this fast panda, but there was nothing that could really get to it, except for my engineer, who was able to move up, like move into line of fire, and then just deactivate it in one order. To be honest, I could have just shot it with a rifle, but you know how dice go sometimes. So deactivated it, got rid of that. That allowed me to move up, so that was fun. And it really came down to like the last turn, and this is where I made a mistake. So I had my own I had three of the classifieds plus my own personal classified, and he had his, and I think he had only one classified. So I was like in front, but I knew he had to do in extremis recovery, and I knew he had to do the HVT designation. No, sorry, not designation. He had to do in extremis recovery and the sensor one. That was what it was. And so I knew that I could stop him from doing the sensor one by just stopping Pywell from getting close to my HVT. So I had Magriba and suppressive fire. I had something else like looking down the line, and that was fine. But I didn't think about in extremis recovery. So what happened was I used the Magriba guard pilot. She got out. She inoculated the HVT and should have gotten back in the tag, but I didn't really have enough orders, so I just sort of left her there, which was a big mistake. Because what it allowed him to do is in his turn he was able to shoot my Magriba guard pilot with Pywell. Didn't put her dead, just put her unconscious, go over and do an extremis recovery. Then he was able to move forward and just use, I think basically by using his mimetism -6, was just able to kind of like just push through my AROs to get within sensor area of my HVT. Like on literally the last order of the game, rolled the whip check, got the whip 13, got the last classified, and it ended in an 8-all draw. So like a really, really close game. Really like lots of ups and downs. Had some really good plays with with the Maggies. He had some really good plays with what he had. His army was quite interesting because it was a nomad list that didn't have any guns. That's what I wanted to mention. It was basically, you've played this list before, right?
Yes, Aaron's been experimenting with doing the more asymmetric style of nomads.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite annoying to run a tag into, for one thing, as you probably found out. Particularly as Robin Hook doesn't really care about getting spec-fired.
Absolutely, yeah. And it was...
Does she have 6 sense or something?
2 wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
2 wounds. She dodges quite well, and total immunity. She just doesn't really care. He just got unlucky because he engaged my Beast Hunter and like failed in the first face-to-face, lost a wound. In the second face-to-face, I just heavy flamethrowered her, and we both died. Had that gone the other way, then Robin Hook would have been a real problem for me. Just because, it's a repeater that you can just move around the table pretty much without any, like no one stopping him, and then just start possessing my tags. But it was interesting that he just didn't have any guns, but he didn't really need many guns, honestly. It wasn't like... it also wasn't one of those games, I think, either. Like, we were able to operate and do our classifieds kind of without too much. Like, I didn't have much up in ARO except for my like tags, and he didn't have anything really in ARO, so it was everything was kind of being fought in close quarters or via hacking. So it was a really interesting game. It played really different to many other games I've played, so it was a really, really fun game.
It's also interesting because a lot of the objectives that you've got there, like it's not necessarily interactive with your opponent's army because you've got three HVTs. You've got the inoculation, designation, and sensor. So like the fighting is almost like I just need you out of the. I just need you out of the way so that I can get to the HVT. I don't need you dead. I just need you not here.
So also this scenario pack is very favorable to that play style for Aaron, because aside from frontline being the first round, none of the other scenarios really need you to kill things. You just need to interact with placing little multi-scanners or
Yeah.
classifieds or that sort of thing.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, as long as you
absolutely.
can keep your orders up, yeah.
And again, this was another game I played with my Maggies where the Mind Dispenser, I'll just mention it now, but the Mind Dispenser Maggie didn't really do anything. Like its whole stick was to move out, throw some mines to disrupt my opponent, and then just kind of like sit in suppressive fire for the whole game. The grenade launcher was the one that did all the work, mostly because I guess I needed to use the grenade launcher offensively, so I needed to move it into the midfield to then launch grenades and then to threaten my opponent. So that was the one that ended up doing all the work, which was counter to how I thought I was going to play this list, which was interesting as well.
With your deactivated play, could the pilot of that Maggie just got out and double templated the repeater?
Um,
The problem
yes,
with that is
she
that would she have taken if she? Oh,
no,
I suppose Adam.
no,
She would have
she
been spotlit inside the tag, which doesn't matter.
she could have done, but it was I would have needed to probably spend like an extra, or I would have needed to move because it was on the other side of a building that it was placed. I would have needed to come around the building, which may have been it wouldn't be it would have been more than 4 inches, but like less than 8. So it would have been it would have needed 2 orders to do it. So yes, but otherwise yes, I could have done that in hindsight.
And
so yeah.
And also, if she got spotlighted, she would have taken it into the tag with her, wouldn't she? Because it's the same as like a transformation, or like jumping on a bike. It's still the same model.
Don't know. I would have to look very closely at the
Yeah,
rules.
okay. Let's like that's a question for our Patreons. All right. So last game, round 3, or sorry, have we all done round 3 yet? We have.
Ed. Oh, yeah, you did with the thing.
Yeah,
We have.
Yeah.
Grenades.
All right. On to the 4th and final round
Of this marathon episode.
Yes, yes. So much for 2 hours. All right. Let's go with, I guess, Jacob, you went first last time. Let's you go as well. Round 4, fight.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, you're gonna have to stare at the picture of the same thing, same table, because I played on the same one. So I was back on the green Canberra table. It's sort of like a sort of shipyardy looking thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This table belongs to Aaron for reference.
Yes. Well, I as it turns out, I also played Aaron, and I think, in all honesty, probably played the same list that you did.
Right. Yeah.
Because it also had Robin Hook in it. He may have taken them in both. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I took my list with my Antipode controller in this particular scenario, being rescue. Other than tax bikes, they don't really have anything great for grabbing. The hostages. I mean, the bikes are good. Don't get me wrong. They've got smoke, but if you for a lot of this ones, because the way the table's set up, I think we had maybe 4 HVTs or 3 HVTs on top of buildings. There's just no other way of putting them down. Like, we'd have to rotate the entire table.
That's the issue with having rescue in a mission, which I never thought of before, is like that it can really screw with tables, especially if it's like the final mission.
Yeah,
you just have to kind of like take it where it lies sometimes.
Yeah, and a single MSV2 or MSV1 thing looking at 2 HVTs just ruins a Dynamo's day. And Carmen's honestly probably better for doing it, so long as you make sure that she's not impetuous.
Who are you playing? Oh, sorry, Aaron's with the.
I was playing Aaron.
Yes,
I was playing the same sort of thing. So unfortunately, I think for Aaron, because he's got this sort of hacking thing going, and for the most part, camo tokens and Ariana in general, especially Tank, are immune to most of that. The only thing I really had to worry about was being spotlit and being hit with his rockets.
Mm-hmm.
So God, I can't remember who went first. So I think I'll go through most of the highlights. But
Yeah,
No,
just go through
he
highlights,
definitely
yeah.
he definitely went first. So I put again my fire team with my vet Kazakh and my front of it sniper. I put them just sort of looking at the main areas of approach to the HVTs. He moved up his Chimera. He moved up a whole bunch of things, and the front of it sniper was having none of it. Just putting every single one of them down. And unfortunately, his Moran was placed a little bit too far back to allow his interventors to put down white noise to block out the sniper without him having to crawl down a ladder, which the sniper would have seen, and then he would have just shot
Right,
at
okay,
the
yeah.
Moran. It's that little middle sort of I guess circular wall up the top there. He needed to put white noise to cover below that bridge and just couldn't quite get it far enough because he needed the entire way covered.
Right.
So yeah, so his first turn, unfortunately, just really oppressive as far as my AROs go without any sort of guns to really outrange me. There wasn't really much you could do, and I was just obviously covering the HVT, so we couldn't grab them. My turn comes. I drop down my Spetnaz. He takes out a Libertos, takes out the.
We want to get this done in the next like 20 minutes, so just like
Yeah.
don't give me the turns, give me like whatever like good things happened, not like the play by play, because I can't do it.
I am.
Okay.
Right. Took that out, and then he sat oppressive again, in suppressive fire. Not much movement on the HVTs, and that was sort of the thing for the rest of the thing, is me slowly crawling up, wasting his orders, killing his troops, taking out his orders, and him not really being able to punch me back very much. We did have an interesting situation where he used the repeater on Robin Hook to put a white noise in front of my Ermendino, who happened to have rolled an MSV1.
Ah.
Ermendino's blind. He popped out, and we're figuring out like AOs and stuff, where he remembers his Robin Hood, who also has bounty, also rolled an MSV1. We're both sitting there blind at each other. But he didn't want to go back and like redo all the orders.
Yeah, sure. That's funny.
Up to that point. And so at that point, I managed at the very end of my turn. I had a Strelok forward observer in one pool with I think 5 orders to feed her. Fed her 5 orders to get up, grab one of the HVTs, bring it back. So I would have won at that point because I had more HVTs, but I wanted to try, tournament points, try and do the best I could. Crawled my parachutist Spetnaz down to grab the HVT and walk with her back to my deployment zone to get that, more HVTs in your deployment zone, and then just happened to be in. I got, instead of doing my classified, I did control the HVT, secure HVT,
secure
with
HVT,
with my antipode dogs actually.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, that's now I just remembered my game with Aaron. That's how he got the draw. He secured HVT. That's what it was.
Well, yeah.
Yes, he didn't actually do the sensor one. He just decided to move it with an 8, and I keep forgetting about this with secure HVT. Is that like they can secure HVT if they're within 8. It doesn't matter how much of my stuff's within my HVT.
Yeah, you have to be near his HVT.
You have to be near.
That came up in our game as well.
Beneath their HVT. Yeah, I was just like, I keep forgetting that. I think you can't secure my HVT if I'm securing my own HVT. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's only if I'm securing your HVT, which caught me out in that game against Aaron because I just again forgot that secure HVT is like a classified you can do if you can't do your private one. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, I think in our game, being mostly immune to his hacking, there were some like unfortunate rolls where like any roll he could do that I didn't really have a response to, like spotlighting through Pywell, which he did get up in my face. He would like fail the first roll, then I succeeded at the then I beat him in the reset, and then he would run out of orders or something like that. So again, it was similar to Ryan's, where everything he tried to do just cost him more orders than he had available to him, and without any like big guns, which I didn't realize until you just mentioned it. Then, without any really big long range guns, the Spetsnaz sniper, my Frontovic sniper, my Vet HMG, it's just outranging with the mimetism and the big damage.
Yeah, no, it's it can be tricky. Like I like the idea of having like the old 16-inch challenge just to see how your list develops and changes. But yeah, some tables you're just kind of fucked if you don't have an HMG. You're just like the smoke. Yeah, it can be difficult. All right, my final round was on Rob's table, the CB card terrain one, which is very nice and very well laid out. If you've not watched his YouTube video about how to set up a table, this is a good example of how to set up a table. Except it wasn't that friendly to a table. It wasn't that friendly.
To a Maggie.
It wasn't that friendly if you're playing a game where there are 4 tags on the table, which was what happened in my final round against Ben, who's the only Victorian I ended up playing. So he was playing Bakunin, and he was running a Lizard and a Stigmata, and I was playing double Maggie. And it was.
This isn't the one with the geckos as well, is it?
No. So this is a Stigmata, a Lizard. Like I just
got a great list called the Lizard Petting Zoo or something like that.
Oh yes.
Rob Wright had a conniption seeing this table set up.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah, but he's not a big fan of tags, and having 4 tags on one table sort of blew his mind a bit.
Oh yes, no, he did come around and take many photos and was like, "This is blowing my mind." Yeah, so it was 2 Magribas, a Stigmata, and a Lizard, and yeah, it was a fun but frustrating game, is what I would say. So we were playing Rescue. Yep. I think I went first. Yes, I went first again because I'm playing double Maggie. So I just don't want his nomads to get any handle on me hacking wise. He was playing the hacking tag, so I was like, just don't let that thing get near me. I think I deployed on this table. I think I deployed on the far end where the guy in yellow. Oh, it's your arm there, Jacob. So I was deployed on the far side. Because again, I just thought it gave me more cover for 2 Maggies to go down. I basically deployed 1 Maggie on one flank, the other Maggie on the other flank, and then his army was a Moderator Corps with a Riot Girl missile launcher, a Lizard, a Stigmata, Chimera and Pupniks, a Killer Hacker 0, Missile Bot. He had some other stuff peppered around. He may have had like a couple of remotes, and that was pretty much it, I think, from memory. But what do you do when you got 2 tags on the table? So in short, the highlights or lowlights of the game were I figured I needed to try and get rid of his. Oh, what's happened here? Why have we just lost the photo for?
Oh, sorry.
Just lost the photo. Okay. So essentially, my plan going into this game was to try to eliminate his aero presence, so the Riot Girl missile launcher. Move up with Carmen and Batard to grab a civilian and run back, because I decided not to make them impetuous so that they could grab a civilian, and then utilize the Beast Hunter to try to mop up, just try to disrupt, and then use the Maggies to basically kill anything in my active turn. Now, the table was fairly dense, but I realized after my first order that I actually had a line on his Lizard for my Maggie, in good range, between basically the gaps in between 2 buildings where his objective room is. There was like a line that went from one end of the objective room through to his DZ where I could see his Lizard quite clearly, and I was like, might as well. Let's go for it, right? So it was 4 dice on 14s versus his 1 dice on 14s. He rolls a 12. I don't beat the 12, and I immediately lose 2 wounds on my Magriba Guard in the first order of the game. And I'm like, oh.
Ouch.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, well, I was planning on using that Magriba to go after the Riot Girl. Now, you could say at this point, well, Kevin, you got 2 Magribas, just use the other one. But alas, that Magriba was on the other side of the table, which would have taken significant amount of orders and also air rolls to, to cross from one side of the table to the other. So now I had the sort of thought in my head of like, well, now do I just go for it? Do I just go and engage the riot girl, or do I pull back? Do I try and heal my Magriba, but it's not remote presence, so I might fail and like just lose my last wound? Like it was like first order of the game, my brain was like, oh, I didn't expect this to happen. So my first turn was essentially a bit of just a complete and utter waste. I ended up, because this mission has Corsairs, I did bring on a Corsair onto the far flank behind this little building here, which allowed me to use the holo projector to get up on top of the building and shoot his Chimera in the back. So basically disable the Chimera, so the Pupniks were now useless, which was good. The Corsair then tried to shoot his moderators in the core link to try to basically just break the link team and maybe even potentially, luckily, kill his LT. However, his Ben's moderators either passed their dodges or passed their armor saves, and I just ran out of orders. That was kind of all I did and then essentially the rest of the game kind of doesn't go very well for me. I attempt to use my Magriba a little bit more to kill his, I think it was his, he had a lone missile bot just standing up that I was like, I'll have a punt with that. Fail the face-to-face, and the Magriba just explodes. So, no, sorry, it doesn't explode. It goes to unconscious. I try to repair it and it dies, so that one's over. The other Magriba
engine is getting fired.
Sorry?
That engineer is getting fired.
Yeah, that engineer. Yeah, because I think I'd spent all my command tokens as well by that. Oh no, sorry, you can't spend command tokens on it because it's not remote presence. But yeah, so that was all gone. I had one Magriba left that did have a bit of a run on the final turn. Was able to grab a civilian. Was able to I think it was able to kill the Stigmata. Oh no, sorry. This was actually one of the most fun parts about the game. Was I had Layla Sharif, who he had put down with his 0 killer hacker in the first turn, but not to dead, just to unconscious. I'd gotten my Magriba Guard pilot out of her tag and went to paramedic Layla Sharif. Successfully got her back up, and then Layla then Trinity'd the 0 to death. Or to unconscious. Oh no, I think to unconscious. And then the Magriba Guard pilot got back in the tag, tried to engage the lizard one more time, and then exploded. So that was that gone. But at least Layla was back up. And then Layla was now alive and now wandered. And now I then did a coordinated order with my Rafik Red Fury and Layla in a coordinated order, moved the Rafik Red Fury into zone of control of the Stigmata. So that if the Stigmata then wanted to hack, if it wanted to hack Layla, it was going to go through the firewall of the Rafik. So I was like 2 dice on 14s because the Stigmata has ECM hacker -3, which is quite handy. But essentially over the course of I think it was 4 or 5 orders, I managed to put the Stigmata down to unconscious, which was nice, but it was, a lot of orders because, 3 structure and BTS 6 is quite good.
So you Trinity'd the Stigmata to death.
I did. Yes. That was kind of my highlight of the game. Because that's the weakness of the Stigmata. It happened. Only to unconscious, unfortunately, though, because in his last turn, he ran his Clockmaker's Palbot out, got the Stigmata back up to 1 wound, grabbed a civilian, and then just ran for the hills back to his DZ. Which basically that was the game by then. I had 1 civilian in my DZ. He had 1 civilian he had 2 civilians in his DZ, and that was basically game. The other part about rescue that I find really odd is at the end of the game we were counting up points, and it ended 3-1 to him because I had, or no, it wasn't 3-1. It was something. It was a really low-scoring game, even though he had more civilians in his DZ than I did. Because he had nothing in his dead zone, he didn't get as many points. So it's just like a weird way that rescue scores. So that was like one of those things where like, oh yeah, you should totally have like gotten at least 5 points because you had more civilians in your DZ. You had like a classified. Like surely this would be 5 points to you, but it was only 3. And yeah, so that was it. But I mean, I guess a takeaway from that game is the Stigmata is actually a pretty good tag. Actually, it's not a tag. It's a really good hacker. It's a really good
hacker with a tag.
Yeah, it's a really good, durable specialist that's a hacker and is an okay gunfighter. Like, it's not a gunfighter, but it's got okay guns for being a hacker. So yeah, newfound respect for the Stigmata.
I think at its price point, it's pretty good. It's only like high 50s, 58 point or something like that.
58 points and 1.5 SWC in Bakunin. Yeah, no, I rate it now. Actually, after seeing it in action and seeing Ben use it more as a heavy infantry specialist than a tag, it's like basically like a big heavy infantry specialist that can't go prone. Is how I would describe it now.
I'm glad because it's a good. I'm glad you got a chance to see it in action. Because I think it's a profile that, at the very least, I know, like, between us, we've been going, it seems like it works, but also that it doesn't, and I don't know until I see it on the table.
I mean, to be fair,
different
like
from anything else in the game, that it's difficult to read what it actually does until you face it.
Yeah, and like to be fair, like Ben was running a bit of a meme list because he was running double tag because he wanted to. But I mean, I think it worked very well in that mission. I think in rescue, especially having a specialist, tag that's really durable is a really good option. Especially because it's 6-4 move, so it gets up the table quickly and gets back quickly. So yeah,
there are a lot of missions that I can that I can see it working really well for.
Okay, so we're on to the final one. Ed, you are on top table, I believe here.
Yes, top table against Rob.
Top table against Rob.
Sorry, which one was it? Say again.
Kev's
the
table,
Necromunda.
the rusty one.
Oh yeah.
Old
did you
rusty.
while walking up to this table, did you hear Elden Ring music?
No, because I haven't played Elden Ring. Anyway,
Facing Rob.
So up against Rob, both of us the only people on 3 wins. So we both knew that going into this game, we just needed a 1-0 win to take out the tournament. I'm going to give a very brief summary because Rob has already done a detailed battle report on this game in his channel. So just because it's getting late, let's do the short version. I won the left-hand roll pick deployment because my objective was to play this scenario as Annihilation with extra steps. So just step on his neck and then just get 1 HVT at the very end of the game. Turns out that this was also Rob's plan. So ended up just being a game of Annihilation. So the only noteworthy part of my deployment is that I deployed my tag, the Squallow, in this case, playing the Squallow list, on right next to this tall building at the very bottom of the screen, sort of poking out to sea along that long line along the edge of the table to keep a road bot back.
Makes sense.
Rob's Stigmata list had a Zeta in it as its big gun, and this table is really nice to play if you have lots of climbing plus, which Stigmata absolutely does. So Rob, going first, took his Zeta from roughly the center of his deployment zone, did some ninja backflips, and ended up behind the blue crate over there.
Oh yeah, up here.
Shot at on the sort of right side.
Yep.
Shot at my Squallow for a few orders and took 1 wound. Then I had a very important decision that I made the wrong decision in. Option 1 was to guts back into full complete cover, a drop line of sight completely and utterly, and have no further part in this turn. Option 2 was to guts back very slightly so that Rob couldn't maintain cover behind that blue box. So in my eyes, if he wanted to take the fight, he'd have to break cover by climbing down the ledge that he's on, with climbing plus on the Zeta, and then we'd have a out of cover fight. And then before having a in-cover fight again.
Okay, yep.
So given what I thought of the situation, I choose to only guts back very slightly. Rob did not just go down that ledge. He went round the long way. So went down sort of the other side of that building and then ended up in cover behind that low ridge, still in good range, and then took the Squallow from 2 structure down to unconscious. And then, because it's obviously the only big gun I have, killed it all the way to dead with a few more orders.
Ah, I see. Yep.
At that point, because
So-
I'm playing... Sorry?
Just so I'm imagining right, he went from that with that the only really blue crate that's on top of a building and went down underneath the bridge.
Yes, he went
come
under
to
the
the
bridge
right-
and then...
yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
So he
and
went
then-
to the left of picture, on top of that orange thing, whatever it is, and then underneath.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whereas I thought his only line was to go like straight across and break cover.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
see.
You were thinking he dropped down near where on this particular picture the forklift is.
Yes, around where the forklift.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I see.
Because I had an extra point of ballistic still, he would have been out of cover. I would have been 1 dice on 18s. He would have been 5 dice on 14s at that point if he broke cover. But he didn't break cover, so he ended up having a much more faithful face-to-face roll. I ended up losing my Squallow because of it. Because I haven't actually run that many tags in however many long I've been playing this game. I've always played non-tag factions. So having lost my Squallow, it was pretty much the game at that point because that was my only real big gun in that list. And being Pano, when you don't have the biggest gun, is a real problem. He ended up with his turn with the Zeta sort of hanging around sort of behind that building with the blue box on it, which is directly opposite the big central building to where my Fusilier Link was. So my Fusilier Link was never going to have enough orders to come across the table to fight it in a favourable way. So my turn was sort of trying to pick apart little bits that I could from that was guarding his HVTs, but him not playing Pano means he had smoke, so he could just run smoke up, run something up to grab a HVT, run it back, and he only needed 1 to win the game.
And remembering your list, other than the Montesa, you didn't really have anything that could grab a HVT, did you?
So in that list, the things that could grab it were the Tag, the Montesa, the Zulu Cobra, but the Zulu Cobra couldn't really deploy anywhere nice, so it ended up getting killed on the first turn as well, and any of the Fusiliers.
Yeah. But the Fusiliers are generally going to be stuck in the back. Yeah.
Which is an improvement over the Cutter list, because if a Cutter goes back into camo state, it loses its civilians.
Yeah.
So I was hedging my bets very much on trying to get my Nina Montesa across, but Rob kept his Zeta well back, watching a long line. So if the Nina Montesa ever moved, and it did try to move on the last turn, it would get shot by that Zeta. It did try to make the run on the very last turn, but sort of got killed halfway across the table because I didn't have enough guns to contest his face.
And from what I heard of his list, correct me if I'm wrong, it was two road bikes, 2 Harrises, the Zeta, and some other bits and pieces.
2 robot duos, 2 3-man Harrises of a Psychop, MMR, a Raven Eye, and a Kappa Hacker. The Zeta, and then there's some support elements as well, and some smoke. Guards.
Guards and stuff like that. The Zeta seems like a pretty good tag in general, especially on a table like this. Well, especially with all the
if you want a full version of this battle report, please go to Rob Shepherd's channel.
Excellent. Yeah. No, the changes to Climbing Plus make like tags like that just being able to just get around so much quicker as well. All right. Okay.
So
well,
my learning thing on this was to respect other tags when I only have a tag as my big gun. So I should have just taken the full cover.
Just taking full cover. If you taken full cover, would he have had a way to get to you? Not really. From that first
Not
turn.
really, because on top of that building where the Squallow was also my Fusilier Hacker. So, and a lot of his attack elements were remotes. So I would have had ways of isolating and immobilizing them as they made that final attack run.
And I think that was something that I think Rob, he spoke to me about that before. Maybe he's mentioned it on his channel. Is like as good as roadbots are, no stealth and being hackable does make them just a little bit just so much harder to get up a table if you have repeater presence or hacking presence.
And being a remote rather than heavy infantry like a Sujan means you can't do cautious advances to get through little edges of.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Areas.
The lack of cautious move is a huge thing. Yeah.
Like your standard like corregidor list would be a real pain to just push through.
Yeah,
Yes,
Nomad's greater.
but depending on the table, you can have all that climbing plus to get lines onto those marines.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like there'll always be a solution, whether it's a great one or not. You don't know. But yeah, the road bikes will be vulnerable to things like that.
Yeah. All right.
That's it.
Before we wrap it up, sorry, did you just have something else you want to say there, Ed?
I was just to say, whilst I did horribly lose that game, it was still a very good game. And as we said earlier, I ended up with second overall, with Rob taking out the tournament.
Yeah. So yeah, Canberra 1-2. Well done. Victoria first and fun. Before we wrap up, just want to get some final thoughts from you guys. If there's anything that you took away from the weekend, with be it your lists or your opponents or the format or whatever it is, you just want to throw out there before we wrap it up. Ed, do you want to take it away?
I went into this tournament just wanting to have 4 good games, and I definitely succeeded in that. I'd only played 3 games of Varuna before this tournament, so this was games 4 through 7. So I learned a lot about Varuna, and those different scenarios forced me to think in a different way.
Yeah. What would you think about running custom missions in events like this, or just events in general?
My personal opinion is I don't particularly like custom missions because it is difficult to balance them appropriately for a larger scale event. For a more casual local event, sure, throw one in, it's probably fine. But I personally do not like custom missions.
Okay.
But that is just my opinion.
Do you think that those 2 custom missions that were chosen were on the extreme of custom missions in general?
No, I have played into much more extreme custom missions, which were to the point of being unfun. These were not. These 2 scenarios were not that.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's cool. Jacob?
Yes. Yeah, even though these were custom missions, they still felt like ITS missions, though it did kind of help that highly classified is basically highly classified version 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, sorry, before Jacob, you take over, do you think highly classified is a better version of highly classified?
No.
Okay.
I do not like drafting. Full stop.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard it a few times over that weekend as well, which I didn't really think of off until that was raised, and I was like, yeah, okay, I can see.
Having played War Machine, having mini games before the real game is not an enjoyable experience for me.
Yeah, and I mean on Kylie Hassified, there was plenty of talks of ways that you can abuse the crap out of the mission. I know that for the most part, whenever I've played a game in Australia, it's always been first about fun.
Have you played a game anywhere else except for Australia?
Well, I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't know if like the US or Europe it's all about winning, but I know here it's about having fun first, winning second.
Sure.
But yeah, like the whole Rob was mentioning as a theory crafting. I heard Rob was mentioning the theory crafting where you could take the unconscious classifiers and have everything with dogged and NWI.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed going down to this tournament, and I think partly what was really nice about it is that it was a tournament with no stakes, right? There wasn't a big prize table to look at. It wasn't like a satellite event.
There was no prize table.
Anything like. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. All it was is you could go there, you could have fun games, run meme lists, and all that sort of thing, and there's nothing to feel like, I wish I had placed here so I could have grabbed that, or I really wanted to I wanted to go in like hyper competitive because I wanted to win a satellite tournament. All that it's a charity thing. It was like purely advertisers. This is to have fun and to raise money for a good cause, and I really enjoyed that about this weekend. Because I think it meant that everyone was like a lot more relaxed. I mean, Kev, you had a game where your first game, the guy could only do the first day. It was just like, I'm just here so that I can, experience infinity.
Yep, exactly. It was very low stakes weekend, which took the pressure off, I think, as well.
It turned it into a trip. Like if you went up to CanCon, it's a trip to sort of like see how well you can do, how well
Yep.
you muster up against the rest of Australia. This made it more of just like a weekend away with the boys.
And it certainly was a weekend away with everyone, and it was a really it was a really good time. Actually, I need to ask you a question, Ed, first, because we do have a question from a Patreon. You might know him as Zephyr. He was the one to ask you if whether basically the Squallow is a crutch for Varuna, or do you think you could like what was his actually his question was specifically basically could you run a Varuna Varuna list into something like Nomads without the Squallows, or is it mandatory?
I am not experienced enough with Varuna to answer that question.
Oh, very diplomatic. Very diplomatic.
But through the list I've built, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Zephyr's put up, I suppose, a clarification. It's just like, how do you close assault without the cutter?
This is purely a theory. I've not put it on the table, so I have no idea if it works or not. But I theorized that a Harris link of Kamau HMG, Patsy, and the Varuna Machinist could work in that role. So you have Patsy, who can face tank, say, a Crazy Koala, and you just don't dodge in that case. Then that entire link has stealth as well, so hopefully Patsy can climb up and gunfight that Moran and probably bounce the armor save because she's got decent armor. And then when she inevitably gets immobilized or isolated from the hacker, you have a machinist right there. They can just tap her on the shoulder and make her better again.
No,
Now,
yeah,
that
okay.
is purely a theory. No idea if it actually works in practice.
I mean, I'll go real quickly that during N3 I did play someone who's playing Varuna, and there are ways with their Harrises with the to be able to get in close. And like I said, this wasn't running big links. This was Harris's getting in close, doing close-up gunfighting. So they can do it. You just got to play around with the infantry Harrises.
Mm.
The problem then becomes how do you deal with, say, a Chuck's a heavy flamethrower watching a corner.
Yeah.
Because you don't really have anything warband equivalent, and you've only got one big smaker.
Absolutely.
What about you, Kev?
Just real quick. Double Maggie is diminishing returns. I often felt in all four of my games that I only ever used one of them. The only times I've ever used the other one was if the first one died, and I think I only lost it in one game. So that felt like I didn't. So it just basically felt like I didn't use the other one. It also felt like the grenade launcher was more useful than the mine dispenser, but that may be because I was using the grenade launcher aggressively. So I already had that Maggie in a position to take gunfights. That's why I ended up sort of using it. And then also because of their size, it generally just limits where you can put them. So on a table, there might only be 2 spots where you can put them, and they're often not close to each other. So you end up having like one Maggie on one flank, the other Maggie on the other flank, and they just don't necessarily support each other. And if your opponents put up nothing on one side, then that Maggie just has nothing to do for the whole game. So I felt that in all 4 on the 3 games I ran it, it just sort of was like one Maggie would just kind of be sitting there being like, I'll be in suppressive fire in case something comes down here, but nothing did because no one wanted to take on a tag. The other thing is I felt like Layla was actually more useful than the Rafik, but that again maybe because I had Layla in with the grenade launcher Maggie, which was the one that was doing all of the work. I'm sure if I swapped it around I'd have different opinions. And then again, like tactical awareness is great, but only if you're doing something with it. It's like often I just be like, cool, I've got attack aware or attack aware order. I'll go into suppressive fire again. It was fine, but again, that's something that I need to think about when I'm planning out my turn. If I, to do something with it, have an idea for it. I found myself keeping it there in the event that I accidentally walked into a repeater or accidentally walked into a hacker, that I would have that extra order to move or reset. But often I just kind of had it and didn't know what to do with it. And that doesn't just go for the Maggies, that also goes for the Rafik, and it also goes for the Namur. Sometimes I'm just like, I'll do something with this unit. It doesn't. it just requires, I guess, a little bit more forethought in your order expenditure. And then other than that, yeah, I've already said the Stigmata was really fun to play against, and the tables I played on the weekend were great. So kudos to the Canberra locals who build the tables, all of them very solid. And then otherwise, yeah, I had a great weekend. Okay.
Yeah, it was a great weekend.
Congratulations on your placings, Ed.
Yay, thank you. Congratulations on yours.
Yay, well
I
done.
thought I came 5th. I was happy to see that I was actually 4th. I was like, oh shit, it's better than I thought.
Yeah. We'll beat Val at some point, I'm sure. All right, folks. Well, with all that done, you've been listening to another episode of Loss of Lieutenant. Oh, actually, hang on. Ed, do you have anything you want to plug before we sign off?
Go to BCB. Do it.
Yes, come to BCB. See, if Ed's going, right, then everyone else will come.
Yeah, come on, Sydney people. You have to be at least half of BCB now. We were half of one of your events. You're going to be half of BCB. I want 25 Sydney people coming in.
Whoa, hold on a second now. We weren't in New South Wales. We were in ACT.
You're in ACT.
Yeah. Don't be saying that. Don't be talking that smack.
No, I don't like Canberra enough to respect the difference.
Oh, okay. Now I think we've just lost all the Canberrans who are going to come. Jacob, we're going to have to excommunicate you from the podcast.
No.
All right. Okay. Well, you've been listening to another exciting episode of Lost Lieutenant. My name's Kevin.
I'm Jacob.
And I'm Edward.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Thanks, mate. Good
Talk to
night.
you later.